from 2020 to 2024. When you look at actually the election results in some, concentrated Jewish communities across the country, you see bigger jumps, bigger spikes. The more religious, the more observant, the more affiliated the Jewish community, the Jewish vote is, the more of a Republican shift you've been seeing. But there definitely was a shift. I think there's a debate over how significant, how large it was, but definitely a shift towards Republicans.
It had to have mattered in Pennsylvania. People can talk until the cows come home. The Jewish vote, or the vote of people who support the state of Israel, had to have mattered in Pennsylvania, not just for President-elect Trump, but for Senator-elect McCormick. And I think part of that is because Jewish Insider has covered the issue of the Biden administration's malfeasance towards the Jewish state better than anybody. Josh Kraushaar on X and at Jewish Insider. Thank you, my friend. I'll be right back tomorrow, America, on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Generalissimo. Talk to you tomorrow, America.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by Prison Fellowship. Click on the Angel Tree banner at the top of HughHewitt.com.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no coverage at all. These days, you've got to do whatever you can to save money. One of the biggest expenses can be your car, especially when unexpected repair bills hit. Not anymore. CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan. You could save thousands with one call to CarShield. Call 800-840-1546 now to see if you qualify. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Repairs for your engine, transmission, and more can become a thing of the past. Plus, call 800-840-1546 right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options. Call 800-840-1546 today and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Just call 800-840-1546 to see if your car qualifies. 800-840-1546. That's 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546. Coverage varies by plans. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
My debt problem started probably about 2016. I needed my life to change financially. I called Trinity, and I ended up joining based on high credit card bills and high interest rate. And my counselor at Trinity has been great, and Trinity has been helping me to get on the right path of paying off these credit card bills, bringing down the interest rate. They have consolidated my bills into one.
Take a pause. Horse trainer Jack Harvath just rode a horse from Utah to the East Coast and back.
Don't be afraid to do whatever you got, whatever your dream is. If you're afraid to do it, it's probably because it's worth doing.
He set out on the Year of the Mustang project to let people know about the wild horses up for adoption by the Bureau of Land Management.
I wanted to make my trip about getting more people to see these horses the way that I do. And we have traveled from right here in Heber City, Utah, all the way to the Atlantic Ocean in New Jersey, and then we rode all the way back, passing through 25 states.
Harvath rode out on his pal Bella and had two more horses carrying gear across the Great Plains through mountains and New York City.
It's been cool to be able to be people's first experience with wild horses, or at least to be able to share more than they already know about them.
Want to know more about horses available from the Bureau of Land Management? Do a search on BLM Wild Horse and Burro Adoption. Take pause or a hoof. Jill Nato.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Reassurance from the White House about unexplained drones. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus.
National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says federal, state, and local law enforcement have not been able to corroborate any of the reported visual sightings.
Upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
But Kirby says the investigation continues. He's also urging Congress to expand counter-drone authority, saying the sightings highlight a gap in oversight. A watchdog report on the Capitol riot says the FBI should have done more to collect intelligence before January 6th. It also finds that 26 FBI informants were in D.C. for election-related protests that day, and 3 either entered the building or a restricted area outside, but were not authorized to do that or to encourage others to break the law. Outgoing FBI Director Christopher Wray has denied that sources or agents instigated violence.
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying no?
No.
The review by the Justice Department Inspector General began days after the riot, following revelations that an FBI field office bulletin the day before warned of the potential for war at the Capitol. A week after the killing of a healthcare executive, posters targeting other CEOs in New York City.
A police spokesperson said the NYPD is aware of the posters, which have also been highlighted on TikTok. They became more commonly seen following Brian Thompson's killing. The alleged act of Luigi Mangione, currently held in Pennsylvania on a second-degree murder charge, is seen as acceptable by some who are critical of the health insurance industry.
Fox's Gernal Scott. America's listening to Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
It's here. A fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Louisville, Kentucky strikes a deal with the Justice Department on police reform.
After an investigation prompted by the 2020 raid and killing of Breonna Taylor that found a pattern of discrimination in policing, the city of Louisville agrees to a court-binding consent decree to revise its use of force policy, improve search warrant and traffic stop procedures, and to ensure fair investigations of police misconduct, among other fixes.
This is a unique agreement that focuses on accountability and rapid improvements without ballooning costs.
That Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg says will ensure officers protect citizens' rights. He also used the announcement to ask members of the public to sign up with LMPD, a department that's some 200 officers short. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
4 former officers were charged with federal crimes in the fatal raid. One former officer facing life in prison after being convicted of using excessive force and violating Breonna Taylor's civil rights. A baseball player's sexual abuse trial is delayed.
With only 3 of 36 witnesses present in a courtroom in the Dominican Republic Thursday, a trial for former Tampa Bay Rays all-star shortstop Wander Franco got postponed until June 2nd next year. Franco faces charges of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation against a minor, and trafficking. He was accused of a sexual relationship with a minor who was 14 at the time. Franco is now 23. He was placed on Major League Baseball's restricted list this July, which prevents him from getting paid by the Tampa Bay Rays, who just 70 games into his career in 2021 gave him an 11-year contract for $182 million.
Fox's Jared Max. The White House just confirming another aid package for Ukraine. No word on the amount or the contents, an official pledging continued support right up into the end of the Biden administration. A sell-off now on Wall Street. The Dow is down 238 points. The NASDAQ and the S&P also lower. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued.
Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets. And good morning, Guam, at 6:07 on Friday, the 13th of December. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. AG Doug Moylan says Gura broke the law in condemning land for the governor's planned Manila Hospital. Moylan claims Gura skipped the key legal steps required for eminent domain, including public notice and legislative approval. He says Gura also accepted $12.5 million in federal funds without adequate transparency, violating the open government law. Senators Frank Blas Jr. and Chris Barnett, who requested the AG's opinion, call it a win for transparency. Moylan's opinions are not binding, and any final decision would come from a court. In response, Governor Lulian Guerrero's office says the AG is wrong about Gura's authority and meeting notices. Adelup argues Gura has the legal power to acquire land for housing and medical projects, citing Title II of Guam's laws. The governor's office also says meeting notices included all required information and were posted online. Adelup accuses him of using flawed analysis to block the island's efforts to build a new medical facility. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's come in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
7 Chinese nationals are in federal custody after entering Guam illegally by boat this week. Customs says the group traveled from Saipan. The first incident was reported Tuesday afternoon. A woman was found on military property in Dedido. She had a warrant and was dropped off by boat. 2 others were later rescued from a reef near Haputo Beach. On Wednesday morning, 4 more were caught near Tangistan Beach. All 7 were treated and detained. Customs reports 152 similar cases involving Chinese nationals since 2022. Authorities urge residents to report suspicious activity by calling 642-8071 or emailing inquire@cqa.guam.gov. And the 73rd annual Operation Christmas Drop took flight, bringing humanitarian aid to remote islands in Micronesia. Flights began last week from Anderson Air Force Base. Air crews from the U.S., Canada, Australia, and other nations delivered 220 crates filled with supplies like food and tools. They will visit 60 islands by tomorrow. The operation is the Department of Defense's longest-running humanitarian mission, starting in 1952. The mission also provides critical training for airmen. The operation will conclude tomorrow with an aircraft elephant walk. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
What music do they use for the soundtrack of those elephant walks? There's a thing, right? I mean, is it like the Empire Strikes Back? That would be awesome for all of these things. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, it's the Vader walk, man.
I'm in that mood. Just be careful now. You never know what's going to happen. It's fight day today. It's game day, and we'll talk about that and more as we make our way through. Ruben Pell, if you're listening from all the way in stateside, got the flag, the Hoffa-Day 49ers flag, and it's not the prettiest setup yet, but it will be. I'll sort out some kind of mechanism here, so it looks better on game. The Niners are taking on it's Raiders today, right?
Yeah, they're on a streak.
Wait, not Raiders, Rams. I think it's the Rams. Stand by. Raiders, wait.
There you go.
I don't know.
Told you we know football here.
That's it. Experts.
Taylor
I tell
Swift.
you.
Taylor Swift.
Wait. I'll find it in a second. Where was it? What
There
week
it
is it?
I don't know, man.
I'm pretty sure they're playing today.
Another year has gone by, Ray.
Oh, crap. I tell you what, I'll bail myself out here by doing the weather and then come back to it in a couple of minutes. Scattered showers today, partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees, east winds 9 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 22. Let me get the imagery up on the screen so you can see again where we are at here. You see where Guam is in the satellite imagery, and you see that there's nothing out there. A little bit of clouds coming in from the northeast, and there's some chop down to the southeast, but it doesn't look like it's going to be doing a whole lot by way of influencing the weather. So get out there and get ready for some sunshine. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. Going to be gusty out there, 22 miles an hour, maybe 20, 21 over the next couple of days. Let you know about this, though, as it gets choppy and windy, also bringing in some jellyfish and creating rip currents and hazardous surf out there. In fact, it was so bad that one of these spies that came in from Saipan actually got caught up in it and had to call the rescue to go get him out of the water. Mostly sunny tomorrow, which is Saturday. Daytime highs about 88 degrees. Winds east 7 to 16 miles an hour. See some gusts around 21. And then Sunday, mostly sunny again with highs near 87 degrees. With a heat index today, we'll feel like 94 degrees. 30% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning at 6:35. Jeff from Pirates Cove has sent in some interesting stuff here. Wait a second. That's not...
the sun's not up yet.
That's yesterday.
Oh,
sorry,
right,
the one
man.
I've got
It's
up on the screen
past.
is yesterday. Aspen Beach Memorial Park yesterday afternoon, and absolutely gorgeous. And that might have been as close as anybody could get to Agania yesterday because of all of the festivities that were taking place for the parade.
we had to shut it down, Ray.
Did you take Ruckus down to see everything?
No.
No, you didn't. You're the only one.
Dude, he was busy.
Man, everybody was down in the downtown Agania area. Anybody that wasn't in Agania yesterday for the governor's parade of lights and all of that stuff.
Shame on you.
In Tumon. Or stuck on Marine Corps Drive. It was
traffic, man. This holiday traffic's nuts.
It was a friend of ours' birthday, and she wanted to have a birthday celebration at Doucet. And I'm going, oh my God, you got to be kidding! Well, first of all, who told you to be born in December? In the middle of all everything, in the middle of all the holiday and the shopping and the parade of lights and
that's
the
where the
traffic
dudes
jams.
play the music.
And she's like, yeah, and let's do it over at Doucet, right there in the heart of the congested Tumon. But Michelle is worth it, so. It was all right, and I got a chance to watch Crystal's husband play the drums over at the place with the band. Anyway, 6:13 in the morning. What have I got? Sunset tonight's going to be at 5:56. Kind of low key sunset. It was like a groggy sunset yesterday. Maybe we'll do better today. 5:56. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
This season, GTA Pop-Up Prepaid is bringing you the gift of faster connection with prepaid 5G and a chance to win big. Starting December 2nd, 2024, register online at gta.net and activate a 7, 15, or 30-day GTA Unlimited prepaid plan. And you're in for a chance to win amazing prizes every week until January 31st, 2025. That's 10 lucky winners drawn each week and over $4,000 in prizes waiting to be unwrapped. Conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool. with Johnstone Supply.
Better believe it. 614 Ray Gibson Show, also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Week 15 on the NFL's, and let me get this up on the screen so you guys don't think I'm blaroing you. It's Rams against the 49ers today, and that's why I've got I remembered this time to bring the flag out. Forgot the hat at the house. Forgot the Niners T-shirt at the house, but I got the flag in the background
got something
here.
Right.
So this morning at 11:15 a.m. it says Rams v 49ers. They dig into a little bit more of this. The Los Angeles Rams with a 7-6 record. San Francisco 49ers similar with a 6-7 record. So maybe they'll try to keep this thing interesting and turn it into a winning streak now for the San Francisco 49ers. Well, I don't know if I'm going to go and watch that anywhere. It's possible. If you want to go watch it, the guys over at VFW in Gigo say that is going to be the place to go and watch the game and just stay there and drink all day until they do the Queen of Hearts drawing at 7 o'clock tonight.
Or you pass out.
One of the whichever comes first.
That happens.
Whatever, just as long as you're not driving, you get you can ride.
I hope your team wins.
You can ride on the wind that flows through Kim Aiken's hair, and that will take you home. Anyway, hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Mostly thrilled because it's Friday. It's been a hell of a week. A lot of interesting stories. A lot of stuff floating back and forth. And last night, as will happen on Thursdays. As will happen on Thursdays, you're just kind of waiting for shoes to drop. And among the shoes that we anticipated dropping, but I didn't know when, was going to be the language from the Attorney General's office with regards to GORA, with regards to open government law and the authority that GORA has or does not have to be able to engage itself. The conversation of building a hospital, getting the land and building a hospital. There's been a lot of discussion about that, and obviously waiting for the opinion of the Attorney General's office, because ain't nothing gonna happen until the AGO comes out and make his report.
Wow, that veterinarian's causing a whole lot of trouble, Ray.
No, it's not that veterinarian.
Oh, it's not him?
Well, there have been other. In fact, I think so. There's a couple of citations that Doug uses in his AGO opinions that actually have the name Joseph's on it, and they're Joel Joseph.
Oh, that's a strong name.
Is the guy in there? So there were previous cases that may be used in the case study to suggest that, number one, no, GORA does not have the authority to be engaged in this process. It's outside of their remit, as sometimes people say. So you got that, and oh, by the way, those open government notices that you were supposed to do, letting people know about the what was going to be happening and the actual gist of the agenda, up to and including the very novel now duty of acquiring land and accepting a loan to build the hospital complex. That should have been spelled out with a little bit more clarity and a little bit more detail, to which the governor's office says BS, sounds like BS to me, and in typical, I don't know what to say. I'm trying to figure out whether a lawyer wrote the response or whether it was Carlo. It feels like it was Carlo, but the problem with the thing of the Carlo is it doesn't have the Carlo usually goes in with some kind of a pithy phrase. You remember, like the guy,
the one that kind of stabs you in the kidney.
Yeah, the ladder doesn't go high enough for the man with a hat or something. I don't know, but anyway,
whatever it is, it hurts.
It's missing that. It's just consistent with his practice since taking office. Attorney General Doug Moreland relies on woefully inadequate analysis of Guam law in his opinions, responding to senator inquiries regarding GORA's authority to acquire land for a medical complex in Mingilao and the adequacy of a notice provided for meetings of the GORA board. The AG is simply wrong. GORA has the authority to acquire land for a medical complex, and GORA provided proper public notice for its board meetings. Anyway, it goes on. There's a paragraph in there where, kind of slips in some interesting stuff. Clearly, Gura's use of eminent domain is not limited to urban renewal projects, but extends to housing projects, including medical facilities, including the broad. I like the way they've used that word, broadly. Is if you step far back enough and if you squint your eyes really, really hard, you can see where this makes sense. That's what we had to do. And if the Attorney General's office would only do the same thing, well, by golly, he'd be able to see it too. Broadly, you have to broaden your horizons. You have to expand the concept. It's your definition of some of the words.
You're definitely
are
calling
too
him
narrow.
narrow-minded.
Yes, you're too narrow. You got to think broadly. And then there's this part here, and I think KUAM's story ends with it as well. These legal opinions are nothing more than the AG joining forces with opposing senators who are trying to defeat our island's most significant effort towards finally building a new hospital. It's not the first time the AG has been wrong, and it is likely not the last. And then that's it. There's the entire statement from them. So we'll go over some of this. Obviously, this will make for interesting conversation with the Attorney General, with Frank Blas Jr., who had sent in a request for one of the opinions, and Senator Chris Barnett, who sent in a request for some of the other stuff. But, it's not all going to be the darkness that is
it's not.
Politics on Guam and all of this conversation here. Our very close friend, personal friend, Don Farrell, is back in town, and Don Farrell is back in town so that he can bird dog.
Oh, yeah, the war guy.
Well, I mean, he's a historian.
Oh, yeah, right.
Historian is my favorite
Author.
historian from Guam.
Historian.
Author, historian, nice guy. And I've got one of the first copies, literally hot off the press, of a new book called Guam, A Brief History. And he's written much bigger books, beginning with the Americanization, the occupation, liberation, those kinds of things. He's talked about how important the atomic bomb was and the role that even here in the Marianas we played in all of that, the CBs, and then thick books on the history of Tinian and all of that stuff, and now maybe something a little bit more bite-sized, working with Uncle Carl Gutierrez and Jerry Pears when they were in those respective roles over at the Guam Visitors Bureau. The book is out, and I'm a lot of reasons for me to be delighted about it. I love the history of Guam, and I'm going to be interested to see how he condensed all of this to make it the last 100 years pretty brief. But there's also a couple of familiar pictures that I've got in here.
Pictures.
Yeah.
I like pictures.
He asked a lot of people to start digging around in old books and things like that and find some pictures. And he's got a picture, a good shot of my great-grandfather, James Holland Underwood I, as a young Marine lad when he and the guys first came to Guam in January of 1900, as it were. Right?
Yeah.
Been around for a while. And then he mentions me in the book. That's nice. He didn't need to, but I helped him out with a bunch of pictures.
Well, then I'm going to have to buy one.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy one. He might give you one. He's going to be in the studio a little bit later on today. And I don't know where the conversation is going to go. Normally when he sits down, it's just one of those things. I'll pick out some trivial notion from the war years, and we can take it from there and work backwards and work forwards. It's a whole lot of fun when he gets in. And Mary Rhodes going to be in the studio at some point this morning. You can get details at thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Among the things, and I've just been a stickler for this recently, is trying to make sure that I do my best to make sure that the Tumon area is clean. I am reporting homeless that are sleeping in the GVB bus shelters, and as much as I possibly can. And I was taught this years ago: is nobody is too big to bend over and pick something up and put it in the trash can. So as I'm out there doing my constitutional walks, I will pick something up and then kind of target down the road where the next available trash can is, and dump it in there. And I hope that if you are doing walks and runs down in Tumon, you might think about doing the same thing. We don't need to do this for GVB, or we don't need to do it for Gura. We need to do it because we live here too. And that's the thing. And not everybody cleans up after themselves. So there's going to be a cleanup tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. And I thought it was just at Mataping, but according to Mary, there's all these other zones that you can go to. So if you go to thepoint.gu and right underneath where we're doing the live broadcast on thepoint.gu, just scooch down a little bit. There's a calendar there. And among the very first things that you should see on the calendar, in fact, I'll check that in a minute, ought to be the cleanup tomorrow. Follow that link, and it will take you to a place where you'll be able to actually register for this and maybe get instructions on which zones to be in. Plus, there's 2 or 3 other things that are on the Gura calendar before the end of the year, and they want to let you know about that as well. So be listening for Mary Rhodes and others, and maybe she'll give me a little bit more of a sit rep on where we are numerically, how she feels about changes over at the Guam Visitors Bureau, maybe even a suggestion that she might want to have more responsibility there. I don't know. Could come up in the conversation. In the meantime, 625-888-8255 is the telephone number, right?
Call me.
Did I get it right this time?
Yes.
All right, the real Joe will answer the phone. He'll answer the phone because he hates the blinking lights in there.
Yeah,
so
man, holler at your boy.
He'll get it. He'll get it when you call. 797-8255 is the meme machine number, and I am getting some memes here. This is not the first one I've gotten. It's a picture of Fernando Estevez who says, "I was told what to do. I am innocent." And then there's a picture of what looks like a turd aimed right at a fan.
Dude, just following orders.
Can I say? And Frank, where is she under in the basement or in the attic? I don't know.
The basement.
And interesting comments from other people that I'll share with you this morning. Donna D is going to have a look at news and headlines before too much longer. And I don't quite know how to approach getting the answer to this question. Donna, somebody wants to buy you a ring.
Oh wow,
a toe ring. And he wants to know...
One ring to rule them all?
Yes. He wants to know what size toe ring would you like. I don't know which toe it could possibly go on. I didn't know that you had to size those things. I figured you just got something that looked like it would fit on something down there.
The little pinky.
What are the secret messages inherent in toe rings? I don't know. 6:26 in the morning, and let's talk about these ringers over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
6:27 in the morning, 888-8255. It's kind of adventurous today to be on the governor's chat, the office of the governor's chat, because ever since the paperwork started flying around yesterday, there's been a nonstop communication back and forth between Cousin Troy and Crystal Paco, and she's almost surrendered here in this statement. Received your inquiries, Troy. Let me work on this. To which he says, thank you. And then, can I get an interview with these guys? And then can you take a look at this part of the 12 Guam Cone Annotated? And then can you do all of this? So I think it's going to be a fun morning, at least for Crystal Paco San Augustine over at the governor's office here today. Around here, we got to do our shouts to who gets to be number one today, according to my paperwork and the app of record. It is Ismael Velez.
Morning, Chief.
Nice to have you online. And you know, now that we've sent up a fairly expensive one of these Aegis Ashore missiles, and we've had a chance to hear from the governor's office. We haven't had a chance to hear from Jimmy Moreland. We've had a chance to hear from the Communist Chinese. I'm dying to hear what Ismael has got to say about all of that stuff, because he's trained war fighter there. Bandit is there. Elizabeth Mendiola Keats is saying good morning to everybody. There's J.B. St. Nicholas. Here is his countdown to Christmas. 11 days. 18 hours and 3 minutes. And at the time he wrote this, 10 seconds from the arrival of our blessed the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Start shopping in 9 days.
You know what? The gas station's always open. Gas station is always open. Remind me to find out again. I think I'll get the mall hours up and find out about when the absolute last available shopping minute is going to be for you. You know what? All the ladies want is body hair trimmers and vacuum cleaners, right? Or new mop.
New mop.
Yeah.
Spinner.
Yeah, Swiffers. That's what we want. We got Lori with a Y Duenas online. I got Elizabeth Mendiola Keats, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
The incredible
Morning, guy.
Senator Vince Borja hanging out with us this morning. Carol Ann Prune. Peter Santos. Is online, says Biba Betnes. Salva Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. Let me see. John Harold McLaughlin Napati says Buenos and Saluda. Bandit hanging out, saying half a day, Mr. Dwayne Santos and Ms. Elena Garcia. Bunker said, if a fly lost its wing, could we call it a walk? Oh, no, we're doing dad jokes with Bunker today.
No.
This is going to be fun. Alan Balbin saying, Buenos Par, good to see you online there, Par. Jade Nauta. Then EOD Kaboom. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hot wives.
And great dads.
Yeah,
Half a day to Ken Augustin, Ron Castro saying Biba Betness Baby. That's our favorite guy artist. Who else is online? Nate Horn. Ismail says all Americans knew FBI was involved, but there are not the droids that you're looking for. Is interesting story in at least one of my news feature emails. They're talking about RFK's secret goal. And I'm going, I don't know if it's a secret.
He has an agenda.
I would do it. So he wants, there's another candidate that he wants to be in charge of the CIA.
Oh, boy.
In particular, so that all of the information that people have been waiting for since the assassination of John F. Kennedy will finally be released to the public.
Payback for daddy and uncle.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, Trump said in that interview that he did with Rogan
at you.
that he didn't necessarily have a problem. He didn't want to do it last time because there were so many people that were involved with the assassination and the cover-up, et cetera, that are actually still alive, and he wanted to keep. He was considerate of them. But maybe as the days goes by and the years go by, that's not going to be so much of a big concern. Can you also let us know exactly what those drones are that are flying around in New Jersey? And let me just say this: if they are UFOs, I want to register my complaints. Now we should be involved. This is Guam. We've got an Air Force base, a bustling Air Force base. We've got nuclear reactors and nuclear submarines, not 20 miles from where I'm talking now. Camp Bloss and all of that stuff. We got Chi-Coms that are sneaking in across our wet borders. And the question I have is, wait a second, are they all coming out? Why do we get all of that, but not the UFOs that seemingly everywhere else on the planet are treated to? And if you don't believe me, all you need to do is take a look at X and Twitter. It's all over the place. It's just not on Guam. You know, I'll bet if there was a Republican at Adelup. You
think so?
Yeah, we'd have the UFOs just flying all over the place.
Show them around.
Anyway, Abade to Ron Castro, and let me see, we're all strong because of Eric Chung and Nate Horn, like I said, is online. There's Auntie Bennett, Lohan, Duenas, Lonnie with an eye solace. We made it to Friday, says Nate Horn. Absolutely, buddy. Keenan McCausland saying happy Friday from the left-hand corner of the States, and she's ready for a Niners-Rams game tonight. Absolutely. 11:15 Guam time at your favorite viewing spot. Carl Meyer says, go Niners. Hey, that was our boy on the boat. You remember?
Yeah, it was,
on the
Heridote.
I don't know where he's at right now. Carl, give us your 20, why don't you? Let me see. Bunker, like I said, is online. Joe Cruz, welcome to the show, beautiful. Must be talking to me again. Ursula Franquez Garrido, there's Greg Baz Knight. F. Ramos says, sipping coffee and having a cinnamon raisin roll, listening to The Point.
Ooh, show
this
off.
AM Pleasant. Andy Terlai says, Attorney Peter Santos, who's correct on their interpretation of the law. Ooh, Adelup, Gura, or A.G. Moylan. Yeah. Peter, you're welcome to chime in on that one as well. F. Ramos talking about whiners. Not sure if he's talking about me again. There's Sarita Garin. Benita Camacho Garrido is online. Charita Renee Titano Wilhite says Ruben Pell, who might be online here with us this morning. Francis Duffy, Adita Camarillo, Ken Augustin, Buenos and Half a Day to Andy again, who again is hurt about not being notified about the missile, says Andy. Where's your complaints on illegal Chinese immigrants? No. Can we let's clarify what we're talking about here, Andy. They are not illegal Chinese immigrants. They're Chinese spies.
Oh, they are?
They're Chinese spies.
I thought they were boaters.
No, they're not. They're not boatmen. They're not fishermen. They're not salvagers or anything like that.
It was a leisure cruise.
They're spies. And well, you know, it's there's a proximity effect. Maybe they're getting caught on these northern beaches because, you know, the northern beaches are the first beaches you're going to see if you're coming in from Saipan and CNMI. But there's also, that's where we keep our Anderson and the 36 Wing Commander.
That's right.
And his Boonie Dogs are up there. So let's be very, very clear on the vocabulary here. The word we need to use is Chinese spies. Let me see. The Christine Oliver saying a happy Friday to everybody. Gerald Young. Go Ram, says Stephen Blake. Thanks very much for the support.
No.
Simon Sanchez.
Uncle Si.
Good morning from Saipan Point, familia. Have a great Good
Hey.
Friday and a great weekend. Absolutely. Go and have one for me up at the Olei Beach Bar, would you? There's Stephen, Liz, Amagwin. What's it going on here? Good morning, Guam. It's obvious building the new hospital in Mingilao is more of a priority than the Department of Corrections, Simon Sanchez. F. Ramos, the military had meetings about missile defense. Their plans and testing a few months ago. The Army had a major general here to answer the local questions. People in shock of the missile test chose to stay uninformed. It was in the 2 local papers and on KUAM of the meeting dates and times. I was at the meeting they had over at the Agate Mayor's office.
Wow.
So stop your complaining.
It's your own fault.
Stop being America haters. Rico Blancaflor, Eddie G. Castro, and let me see, Rico hanging out. Lucia Fleming Wood. Lucia's online.
Morning, Mrs. Wood.
Brad can't be all that far behind. F. Ramos says, our military on Guam are really good about letting us know of what they're doing and respond in a timely manner with questions from our local press and media outlets, unlike Adelup. F, you know what, you're absolutely right. Here's the thing. I was taken by surprise, but it's just one of those things. I was taken by surprise because I tend to trust them. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, and I want
Dude, he
the
was
systems.
taken aback.
I want the systems to be tested. I knew they were there. I know we've had THAAD for years. I knew that we got the Aegis ashore. I knew all of those kinds of things. And if they tested in the middle of the night, I'm not one of those guys. I am, but in this case, I'm not, where I'm going to go, ooh, the snubbery of not driving up and down in a Jeep with a
Dude,
loudspeaker.
they watched you and they waited for your light to go off in your bedroom.
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. Randy landed. I don't know who
Do it
Randy's.
now. Ray's sleeping.
I don't know who Randy's talking to. He's saying, shut up.
Oh, my God,
Ben
Randy.
Servino, TGIF, Guam, Ray and the Point family, RJC, placed the call to Attorney Peter Santos and get his take on law interpretation. Roland Torres, Brittany Tollefson is online.
Wow, morning, Britt.
Hey.
Troublemaker.
Alicia Duane is Anderson. Right? OMG.
Yeah, man.
You're
Dude.
going to have to start following people around to get the insight on that one. Tattoo Sean is already online. Cecile Bambasuda, Lena Garcia, Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pereda hanging out here. Look at use all those names like he's running for office. He used all the family names.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get advance notice about the roadblocks for the governor's parade yesterday, says Andy. What? Didn't we tell? We had Crystal on the radio yesterday
She said by
talking
2
about
p.m., man, they'd be closing the roads down.
Yeah, I didn't get any
That's right. That's
notice
the
about
guy from the place.
the road closures. I didn't get any notice about the road closures for the procession. They didn't have the Archbishop, the new guy, running around in a Jeep with a loudspeaker telling everybody that we're closing the roads. It just is. Oh, my God. The complainers. Let me see. Nick Nichols is online. Beautiful Sarita says, grocery or gas certificates are the best OMG Christmas gifts right now. I hear that. We do need to talk about that. There was a couple of things I was reading yesterday about great gifts that people could give. I mean, you don't need to spend a whole lot of money. Give somebody, say, a month's subscription to Hulu or Amazon Prime or Netflix. You know, it's the same way. They used to have these little kiosks, little spinning kiosks in the grocery stores where you could get all kinds of these gift certificates.
Grab the card,
yeah, kind of preloaded, and then you send that to somebody else. Just an FYI, the cards over at Home Depot are not preloaded, but they make great gifts anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's one of
That's the equivalent to getting coal, dude. Getting coal in your stocking.
Wonderful, Frank. Give me cash. I don't want the card. 638. Tommy Napati online on the YouTube side. So is James Bondo. Welcome to the end of the week for some. Almost read that end of the world. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta. Favorite guy artist Ron Castro hanging out on both YouTube and Facebook. Hoffa Black Sabbath Friday says MP Ogo. 11:15 a.m. Local Ram at Niners. And that's another plug for the watching the big game over at VFW. Robert Chrysostimo saying good morning from Epan Telefo. Jerome McDonald, Guam's Rebel, saying good morning. There's Steve Amagwin on this side as well. There's Frenchie, Clyde Frog saying good morning, and Ribbit. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue.
Ribbit.
TGIF and Huff a Day, and Steve McGuinn says 7-day weekend.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Mr. Frog.
Let's hear that. Getting close to it. So you got kind of a sense of the items on the table of contents here on this Rams Niners Friday morning. Again, 11:15, wherever you're going to be watching the game at. Janice Mendiola is not revealing his location, but he is saying, "Go Niners." Lucia says, "We miss everyone." You know, and except for the fact that we see you and Brad doing a whole lot of diving and dining and drinking on your Facebook feeds, we absolutely miss you.
Yeah, and catching small fish.
Well. Now, Peter Santos says, "I think Andy Terlai is talking about my castle doctrine interpretation." Peter, no, we've had that 2 days in a row. We've had your interpretation of castle doctrine 2 days in a row. What we're looking for here is your interpretation of the Attorney General's legal opinion on open government law compliance that was asked for by Senator Chris Barnett. The Honorable Frank Blas Jr., incoming Speaker, asked about a legal opinion on the hospital construction and eminent domain. And in both cases, the verdict, the ruling from the Attorney General's office is guilty as charged.
Wow.
They did it wrong. They're not following the rule of the law and the language of the law. And I'm the Attorney General, and the buck stops here. Except the buck doesn't stop there. The next shoe to drop is going to be, all right, who's going to push the button on a litigation? Who's going to be the one that says, according to the Attorney General, actions taken by the GORA at the behest of the governor of Guam are null and voidable? Null and voidable. Somebody has got to push the button on that. And then the governor's office is going to say, oh, yeah? Well, we're going to go to the courts, and we're going to make it so that we'll just start the process. Everybody going to legal up, and it'll be 10 years worth of litigation, and nothing is going to happen in Manila, and nothing is going to happen at the existing Guam Memorial Hospital. Oh, it's going to be the epic. Epic, ladies and gentlemen. This is she's going to cancel the next election so she can be governor and just preside over this case forever and ever and ever. Amen. 6:40 in the morning. You got the telephone number. You got the Me Machine number. You got emails, addresses, and the websites and all that. But what you don't have is the 6:30 news. And at 6:40 this morning, it's about time we get into that. Here's the queen of the toe ring, Donna D. What's going on?
Asia Pacific Airlines must pay $2 million after firing a pilot who flagged engine safety concerns. Federal investigators say the Guam-based airline retaliated, violating whistleblower protections. The payout covers back pay, future wages, and damages. The airline disputes the decision, citing a 2021 safety breach by the pilot. It plans to appeal. Officials previously found maintenance errors that supported the pilot's claims. And DPW will ramp up efforts to tackle abandoned vehicles and derelict buildings starting January. Director Vincent Areola says violators will face consequences, including towing companies dumping illegally. The Guam EPA and the Mayor's Council have processed over 1,800 abandoned vehicles this year. And Spa Ayualam at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa was named Guam's best resort spa for 2024 by the World Spa Awards. General Manager Yuta Hasegawa says it provides a home-like feel for locals and exceptional hospitality for visitors. Spa Ayualam is open daily, offering discounts on signature and other packages. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Yeah, most people just, let's go to the spa in the hotel.
Yeah.
Let's go to that one there. I don't know anybody that can correctly pronounce that one either. 6:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. Our first big look at traffic and at least a little bit of a response from Peter Santos as the program continues.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
I'm Shanzi from Star 101. Join me and the island's car community at Proline Automotive this Sunday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Donate a new and unwrapped toy to make a child smile this holiday season. We'll also be doing raffles to benefit Guam's foster children. See you Sunday at Proline Automotive. 30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaidza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it.
643 Ray Gibson Show portion is brought to you by NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. It's the end of the year steal. No, we're not talking about Adelup again. We're talking about NissanGuam.com. No, they're not going to steal from you. You're going to feel like you're stealing from them because you're going to be able to get a Sentra for the same price as a Versa. And I don't know what they've done with the prices on the Versa. It's just one of those. It's a tradition. End of the year inventory clearance. We got to get it going, and that's the way they're doing that with incredible amounts of safety, incredible number of features on the inside of these cars, and a lot of head turning is going to be taking place. Get started with a quick trip on the World Wide Web to NissanGuam.com. All right, got a fast look at what's going on in traffic here this morning and find out if there's anything that's going to slow you down. And it doesn't look like it. We got something going on way up around Potts Junction up on Route 9. A lot of people don't realize there is a Route 9 on Guam, but there is one just before you get to Anderson Air Force Base. Got to go clear up all the way around Route 3 before you get there. And then before you know it, you're at the front gate of Anderson Air Force Base going, how the hell did I do that? But anyway, it looks like we've got a little bit of a slowdown at the crown of the island. South from there on Marine Corps Drive, looking good all the way to 1 and 3. A little bit of Ukadu traffic, a little bit of GRMC traffic mixing in with slow southbound traffic. Not crazy slow. It's just, we've got intersections to deal with. Once you get past that, clear shot at the Micronesia Mall intersection, southbound to there to 8, 10, and 16. Looking pretty good through most of that. Route 10, a little bit busy around Untalon Middle School and the Wendy's. If you're still cruising through Micronesia Mall into Upper Tumon and the Tamuning area, the only thing that's going to make you crazy is that intersection over at Kmart and then heading down JFK Hill. All right, into the downtown Agutya area from Central. Easy shot in if you're on Route 8, Route 4. The usual spots are starting to get busy right now. Downtown Agutya from Route 4 and the Kipua Loop all the way down to Big Navy and Sumai should be running fairly clear for you. Don't see any accidents. As usual, F says you got to slow it down over by the port and that area because the cops, port police are always doing some kind of enforcement activity. Looking for Chinese spies. That's what they're doing. That's what you got to do. You roll the window down with your driver's license and your registration, your proof of insurance, and say, I'm not a Chinese spy, sir. You're 6:46 in the morning. More like that on the way.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo. Attention, all sales superstars! Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tamuning.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Yep. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:47 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, as we say, until it's not going to be anymore. But that's hours away from right now. As I said, it's always interesting on Thursdays, just when you think that's it, the week's about over and nothing major is going to happen. Bam! All of a sudden, we start seeing documentation that is flying around. Frankly, the first place I saw at least one of these Attorney General's opinions was actually in the form of a question from one of the journalists in town to Crystal Paco San Augustine, asking if there was going to be a response from the governor. There eventually was, but she had to do a couple of loops in the choo-choo train yesterday over at Skinner Plaza. So once that was done, they were able to sit down and start dishing on the Attorney General. I've got Doug Moylan on the line now. You got the jingle?
Oh, yeah. No, he asked me not to play it, man.
Oh, we're serious this morning?
Yeah.
Crap. Okay. Got the Attorney General, Doug Moylan, joining me now. Buenas and half a day, AG.
Good morning, Ray.
And thank you very much for giving me a show this morning.
Oh, God. Right now, it's just my job.
Just doing the job, ma'am. Just
doing the job.
Just the facts. Just the facts. And I appreciate some of the fact base that you were looking at as you came to your conclusions and were able to issue this legal opinion. And we'll start with the first one on the open government law. That came as a request from Senator Chris Barnett of the 37th Guam legislature, generally asking if the notices that Gura had put out were adequate and a reasonable person would be able to have substantive understanding of what was going to take place in that meeting, and you found they came up short.
That's right. And again, this isn't about just me, although I'm capable of doing all this. The 32 years of experience, whatever, as an attorney, it's the Attorney General's deputies and staff that put all this together through Sunshine Act's requests and everything, all the legal background that goes into issuing a legal opinion. Senator Barnett triggered it when he asked for an opinion on the open government law. The Supreme Court has a plethora of cases out there that talk about what's required under the notice requirement for the open government law. Senators like Senator Brown and I think it was Barrett Anderson, through Guam's history, has required that our government be open. In this case, it's such a grave consequence of losing $100 million of COVID money that open government becomes even more important, that the people understand how this money is going to be used. The A.B. Wampat Authority from the Supreme Court of Guam 2019 case, it clearly talks about what's required. So as we analyzed it, the three-part test was not met. That's the bottom line. Insufficient notice was given on exactly what Gura was about to entertain in this hospital medical complex that the governor and the Gura had got together. And I said it before. Where's the documents? These are all legal transactions affecting our welfare as a community. Healthcare, public safety, and education are going down the toilet right now. The facilities are falling apart, and now more than ever, the government needs to show us, the people, we the people, how you're going to spend this money. And when you don't give notices of meetings, and it's in the darkness of night that they're quickly throwing things in front, and everybody's raising their hand on the Gura, which, by the way, recall all of them on Gura. Stop the lawsuits that are about ready to happen on this thing, and recall all those Gura people. Quick fix, Republican legislature, do it. These guys are hurting us. They're causing us to distract ourselves as a community into litigating things when we should be joining together with the governors, meeting with the incoming Republican senators. Put your hand out. You got 2 weeks before the COVID money disappears. And you guys are heading down a path that all of us are going to lose $100 million. First, the open government law, it's void and voidable. That's the opinion of the Attorney General's office. The law requires me to issue those opinions. We did it. I don't have a smile on my face right now, Ray. This is not a tee-hee, ha-ha, I got you, Governor. We're going down the tubes right now, and we're all going together.
I can imagine, and I've mentioned this, a decade worth of litigation on this, and we're not going to have the money to build the hospital, and we still need to use $100 million if we still have it to shore things up over at the existing Guam Memorial Hospital. Their people, their senior citizens, et cetera, don't have time for all of this nonsense.
December
and the monkey
31.
business. Let me give you another date here. November the 26th, there was another meeting, and I've got questions about the adequacy of the notice that they had with that particular meeting, up to and including the fact that they did not have the board packet available in less than 24 hours. I think it finally showed up on the website the day before, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, if we're talking about the open government law, those are those are the particulars, logistics, but there's a larger three-part test on even if that notice came out within the time frame, the notice had to contain certain things. The specificity of this loan agreement, this transactions, were not contained therein, and then we contrasted it to prior notices that were acceptable, and much more information was contained. This goes to that surreptitious nature. Who's trying to pull the wool over the people of Guam's eyes? And apparently, the Gura board and the governor are the prime suspects right now. The legal transactions and the paperwork that has been devoid on what's going on with $100 million and the welfare of our healthcare on Guam is being done in the back rooms and the darkness. If I'm issuing a legal opinion based upon the 200-strong staff in my office that's published It has legal requirements on I must issue the legal opinion, and this is how we do it. And those guys issue a press release to us. Give me a break.
Yeah,
Where's
I saw
the
that.
legal opinion from the Gura attorney. They're an autonomous agency. Where's your legal opinion? Governor, you've got a legal staff over there. Where's your legal opinion?
You're not the only one. You're not the only one that was asking, saying, okay, well, we see the Attorney General's paperwork with citations, et cetera, but all we get out of the governor's office is rhetoric. Where's the chapter and the verse and the citations on that response so that the people of Guam can do the paper chase on their own? Moving from there, and if you don't mind, one other thing is there's a new conversation about this, and perhaps these other lands that are either the existing targets or potential targets are opportunity zones here on Guam, and I think I'm beginning to join the suspicions that some other people have that there's going to be an exploitation of these opportunity zones, which in and of itself is not a bad thing. But you've got to keep track of the fund and who's going to be managing the opportunity zone funds, and make sure that everything is clean there. So I'm wondering if that's going to end up being another angle as we move forward. You can check on that if you want to. I'll send you what I've got. 6:54 in the morning. Legal opinion on the hospital construction in eminent domain. This, in my mind, is the larger of the issues, and this was brought up with a request for an opinion from Frank Blas Jr. To what degree is Gura capable of claiming a role in the construction of the hospital and using the powers of eminent domain, which should not be used frivolously? To what degree are they using those powers frivolously?
That's right. And it goes back to what you just said there. The government is taking real property from people. They're not just, planning something and spending money. They're literally going into your homes and taking what you have. That is what the Constitution was built upon when England was subverting the people that became the United States. They're taking something, and hence the due process protections kick in. The Constitution, the Organic Act are meant to stop the government. It's not to stop the people. It's to stop the government from taking what you have. So in this case, there's a procedure. The legislature is the proper authority to take property. They delegated that authority to Gura. And by the way, I've had a conversation with Senator, soon-to-be Speaker Blas. Remove that authority from Gura. They have abused it. This is the perfect case that they're taking property, first of all, outside the requirements of what the legislature gave them. The delegated the authority to take property.
Well, but in the governor's response, they said that we're not viewing this broadly enough. And I used that phrase. Wait a second. Which are separately defined. Gura's substantial power to develop housing projects on Guam, which are separately defined from urban renewal projects that you tried to point in your opinion, and broadly defined to include health facilities. I'm going, well, just how broad do we have to view this?
Right. That's why the legislature needs to immediately revoke that eminent domain power, because they're going to go right to you. Every one of us are in danger by this governor and Gura. They've concocted this harebrained scheme that they can avert the law, even the law that was given to them. Slums and blighted areas are the only area that the Gura can be exercising the power to take your land. And it has to be pursuant to an urban renewal plan that goes first to the governor, she approves it, and then to the legislature. She's always trying to wipe out the legislature, which is our people that select our leaders, 15 of them, to make these important policy decisions. And that's the problem. They're hurting us. But, Ray, the problem also, taking the property is one. You've got 2 weeks to figure out how to use that $100 million COVID money. Are you willing, Governor, to gamble and lose $100 million of our people's money? And that is exactly what she's doing. Healthcare, education, public safety, we're all falling apart, and you want to take that money and throw it on the poker table and ride on Gura's harebrained vote to take people's property and to build a medical complex without following the law. That is the Attorney General's job, whether it's Doug Moylan or any other Attorney General. You sit in that position, you're elected by the people, you're trusted by the people. Governor, trust the Attorney General's office. I'm willing to go to a meeting 24/7 with the governor, with the legislature, and let's figure this out within 2 weeks. Reprogram that money so that when the feds come in and they say you misappropriated it by December 31, 2024, we're taking it back. Trump is looking for money. he is going to take back every COVID dollar he can get from every governor that he can help the national government right now. They're in a hole. They need to. They're looking for money, right?
Well, so let's there's a needs question as well, and clearly there's a need for a new hospital. I don't know. I'm not going to disagree with that point. I disagree with the location. I certainly disagree with the steps that are being taken right now, as you say, surreptitiously and kind of behind the other curtain to be able to accomplish that. But let's go back to something else that you were talking about, and that is the needs that Gora should be addressing right now. There are slums and blighted areas here on Guam. Why are they not practicing eminent domain on some of those blighted areas? Have they not driven? Is there nobody at Gora that's driven through Teedson any time? And seeing what's happening up there? We've got all these other, the little developments, your Nevermind Road places, and just all of these squatter properties. Why are not they looking at that?
The first order of business of the new legislature, I would respectfully submit, should be an oversight hearing called upon Gura. Take every one of those board and directors that the commissioners they have up there, issue them a subpoena to appear before the people in a public hearing on the issue of whether or not they should be recalled.
Sounds like an opportunity for an emergency to me. It's 6:59 and change, Doug. I certainly wish I had more time. There are other people I want to get on the line on this, including the originators of the request, Chris Barnett and Senator Frank Blas Jr. Hell, may even hear from a couple of doctors. Wouldn't surprise me if I was going to start getting messages from Fernando Estevez and others from behind the scenes. Doesn't go on the air, but he might send me a message or two. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a great weekend, Doug.
You too, Ray.
And General Doug Moylan on the line with me now. On screen, let me get this up because I think it's fantastic. Bran Fran sending a picture, says, Buenos and good morning from the Anderson K9 unit. Good to have you online. What is the name of that dog? Need that one. Put that in the next WhatsApp here. It's 7 o'clock, KUSG again. This is The Point.
They have a shared goal on Lisa Brady, Fox News. That from New York's Democratic mayor after a meeting with the incoming border czar, Tom Homan, who's preparing to carry out the president-elect's plans for mass deportations. Mayor Eric Adams says he supports targeting violent criminals, even if he gets demonized for it.
I've never lied about the agenda. I've never been, slick about my agenda. Keeping New Yorkers safe. And it doesn't matter if they are documented or undocumented.
Adams emphasizing his support for immigrants' rights, but saying the city won't be a safe haven for violent criminals. He also says how much cooperation is possible with immigration officials remains under review, and that sanctuary city policies are determined by the city council. A watchdog report says the FBI did not have undercover agents in the Capitol riot crowd.
No FBI employees were undercover during the Capitol riot and other protests around Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021. But the Justice Department Inspector General says 24 confidential human sources or informants were in the city, and 3 did enter the Capitol or other restricted spaces. None were authorized by the FBI to break the law or encourage anyone else to do so. The watchdog report also says while the FBI did prepare for potential violence, it did not canvass all of the Bureau's 56 field offices across the country for any intelligence, something described in the report as a basic step that was missed.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Medics in Gaza reporting more than 20 Palestinians killed in an Israeli airstrike, just hours after National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan offered hope for a ceasefire.
I am here today because I believe every day matters, and we are going to use every day we have to try to close the deal as soon as we possibly can.
Telling reporters in Jerusalem a ceasefire in Lebanon has helped clear the way. On Wall Street, the Dow down 234 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaidza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it.
The White House says many of the recently reported drone sightings are actually manned aircraft operating lawfully.
And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace.
But National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says they are taking the issue seriously and that the sightings remain under investigation. The head of the Federal Aviation Administration says he's leaving when President Biden's term ends.
Mike Whitaker will step down less than halfway through a 5-year term. While President-elect Trump has not specifically said he would fire Whitaker if he stayed, his ouster was called for by incoming co-chair of the new Department of Government Efficiency and CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk. Whitaker was criticized by Musk when SpaceX was fined $633,000 by the FAA for allegedly running afoul of launch license requirements. During his tenure, Whitaker has dealt with safety matters involving Boeing and staffing issues with air traffic controllers. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The popular tumbler brand Stanley is recalling more than 2 million mugs, citing a burn hazard. This involves the switchback and trigger action stainless steel travel mugs.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission revealing the drinkware company has received more than 90 reports of the mug's lids detaching during use, resulting in 38 burn injuries worldwide, explaining heat exposure can cause the lids to shrink. The affected mugs were sold between June of 2016 and December of this year online and in stores at retailers including Amazon and Target.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Stanley is asking customers to stop using the mugs immediately and offering a free replacement lid. Recapping the sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow dropping back under 44K after the latest inflation report with wholesale prices rising more than expected in November. The Nasdaq's back under 20K. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
12 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off today at 7:06, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A former UOG administrator has filed a federal lawsuit against UOG President Anita Enriquez, claiming wrongful termination, discrimination, and retaliation. Norman Analista, who worked at UOG since 2011, claims his March firing violated the Americans with Disabilities Act, citing bias against his medical leave for anxiety. The suit also accuses Enriquez of gender discrimination, favoring female employees over males. UOG denies the allegations, stating that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission reviewed the claims and dismissed them. Analista seeks back pay, damages, and compensation for career losses. He also claims retaliation for filing an EEOC complaint. UOG declined further comment as the case is now in litigation. Meanwhile, the Civil Service Commission has dismissed a former GVB employee's appeal over his firing. Nico Fujikawa claims he was wrongfully terminated, harassed, and retaliated against by former GVB General Manager Carl Gutierrez. Fujikawa's appeal was dismissed because it was filed a day late, exceeding the 20-day limit allowed under Guam law. The termination notice delivered after hours was disputed. Fujikawa's attorney claims GVB failed to make reasonable efforts to serve him in person. The firing stemmed from a January meeting where Fujikawa is said to have acted inappropriately. GVB's legal team argued that Fujikawa was unreachable. The commission ruled to dismiss the case due to the filing error. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Lawmakers are set to vote on a bill to give $1 million to DOC for urgent repairs. The original bill, introduced by Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, proposed $5 million, but was scaled back after concerns from other senators. They argued that using funds intended for a new prison could delay the long-planned facility. DOC leaders say immediate repairs are needed for generators, air conditioning, and security. They warn that current conditions could lead to major safety risks. Senator Chris Barnett criticized the administration for not prioritizing a new prison. St. Nicholas says the reduced funding is a compromise to address pressing issues now. The bill moved forward without objections. And GDOE is focusing on improving student achievement through teacher evaluations. Deputy Superintendent Joe Sanchez says teachers are being trained to use data to support students. He highlights literacy strategies and a focus on foundational skills for younger students, especially those impacted by COVID-19. Last year's Smarter Balanced results showed low student proficiency, but Sanchez remains optimistic. He notes that teachers' efforts to raise student achievement will be evaluated based on progress. While the department acknowledges challenges like COVID-19 disruptions, Sanchez says improvements should be seen in upcoming assessments. He believes teachers' growth will lead to better student outcomes. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Okay, so we gotta work on something. And despite any trash talk I might have had about Adloop, I think we need to start sending message over in that direction. This is very important. There's going to be football on Christmas Day. Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Kansas City Chiefs, and then the Baltimore Ravens against the Houston Texans. Kansas City Chiefs going to be interesting because Mahomes is mad they're making him play on Christmas Day.
Mahomes.
I a day. But here's the thing. There's going to be people that in stateside, whatever, it's Christmas Day, and we'll open the presents, and instead of going to church or whatever, visiting family and friends, we'll just, eat our Christmas food and watch football on TV all day. That's not what's going to happen here on Guam. We will have Christmas on the 25th, but that's not the same day that the Steelers and the Chiefs are going to play, or the Ravens and the Texans. They're going to be playing on what will be our Thursday. Are we back? We're back to work by Thursday, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
We're in the future.
Just wondering if the governor's been on a tear recently with giving away holidays and stuff like that. DOE taking part. Maybe we ought to have the Christmas holiday on December 25th, and then a football Thursday. And what the hell? Since we've already gotten the day off on Thursday, let's take Friday off and just turn it into like a 6-day weekend. What do you say?
Here.
I'm just full of ideas. I'm just
the Yays have it.
Sometimes they need help coming up with policy and procedure. I'm here to help. And this is me recompensing you for giving me a year's worth of stuff to talk about in just the last 24 hours. Partly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. I got east winds 9 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as 22 today. Partly cloudy tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Perfect weather for sneaking Chinese into town. Mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees and partly cloudy tomorrow night. Sunday isolated showers. Mostly sunny skies and daytime highs should be about 87 degrees with a heat index. Today will feel like 94, 30% chance of rain. Careful on the water, Chinese spies. There's rip currents, hazardous surf warnings, and depending on which side of the island you're coming in on, you might get stung by the jellyfish. Hey, wait, you guys eat those, don't you? Sunrise this morning was at 6:35 and sunset tonight at 5:56. And get you pictures of the sunrises. But frankly, everybody's been sending me dog pictures. And these are the latest dog
like
pictures.
A puppy.
Yeah, no, I don't know about puppies, but those are my buddy Andy's 2 dogs.
That's his baby dogs.
As you can see, on high alert in the front yard of the house. High alert. Wondering if
those are those Belgian Malinois.
Waiting for the spies to cross Andy's front door. So we've got that one. I asked about this one. This is the one up at the 36 Wing Command K9 unit.
Nice.
And I asked about, no, not Max, Bathsheba. But there's 2 B's in the name. which apparently means that it came from a war dog breeding center in Texas. Just FYI, Bathsheba is the name of that dog over there. Thank you very much, Brand Fran, for sending that in here. And where's the other one? Steve Blake.
Real guy, real dog?
Real guy, real dog. The dog's name is Uni. Isn't that great?
Oh, like the sea urchin.
I guess. So here's the if you want to, you can send in the pictures of your months to 7978255. Maybe today can be kind of a dog day. Interesting commentary on the deal before we get into the rest of the break and stuff. I want to make sure I got all of this here. Janice Mendiola says the Legacy Hospital isn't the solution in the immediate. We've got Menumco. People with illnesses and emergencies cannot wait years to be treated. You got to take care of what we got now. Maria Duenas Perez says, good morning from Paris Woods up in Gigo. Rico B online says, go Rams. Kyron Williams, my fantasy football RB. Sarita Garin says, come on, Ray Gibson. Bogus Home Depot gifts? Really?
Magandang.
Just say I got it off Temu. Everybody will understand. Clint Kint is there. Jose Martinez. The entire May 2024 Gura meeting is null and void. Not just the decision on the $10 million loan. What have we got? Michelle Conception online. Andy Terlahi with regard to Vince Sariola coming out and saying, if you abandon a vehicle, we're coming for you. Andy says, start in data, please. Abandon vehicles everywhere. Maria Duenas Perez says, Tommy Pizza has gift certificates for Christmas. Tommy Pizza has been putting pictures up on the screen of one of the pizzas that they've got there that has oxtail in it. Have you seen that?
Oh, I've seen it, man.
Bro.
Oxtail.
Now, I'm going to ask questions you don't have to. Don't feel bad if you don't know the answer. Don't feel bad if you don't know the answer. Is where are they, and can we eat it there?
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. Hi.
Dude, they're in Dedido now, man.
All right. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, they're near Pojo's in Dedido.
You got to be really, really careful. Some food travels better than others, and my experience sometimes with pizzas is sometimes it's best to eat it right there, which is why I'm excited that Pizza Hut and again is back to being a dine-in restaurant. Ray McGravy watching from North Dakota. Big Man Rico on this side. Stephen Liz, Maria Duenas Perez, Eunice Mendiola saying hello, everybody. Jose says flex time back in June. We first heard about Gura's violation in the open government law right here on The Point. It was Tall Tales with Bob Klitzkis. He watches out for that kind of thing. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. Going to make for an interesting 38th Guam legislature, isn't it? Anyway, Tony Guman is online here this morning saying keep moving. Forward AG. All right, good. I'm happy that that's all happening. Maybe K9 imminent D, says Steve and Liz Amagwin, trying to combine every word that I say into a coherent sentence. It's impossible. I haven't been able to do it myself. Tim Flores online. Frank Gunner Salas says, yay, Ray for director of party flamming. Not a problem. Happy to do it. I will use artificial intelligence, but I'm going to warn you about something in a second. Tattoo Shauna says, ooh, I love the doggies. Biba Betness from Donna Francis Santiago George. Brother Ted's online. Dr. Wen says, thanks, situation changes since Bill 185. It is now best to concentrate on improving access to care with Public Health South and Public Health Mangilaw as AMC Mangilaw. This is the most important improvement to keep our people away from the hospital. In addition, improvements to GMH need to be done. New hospitals can be carefully planned with all parties at the same table. Jerome's online. Marvin Chrysostomo, hot one. Joe Takai saying warning to all of the Woostig neighbors and all of that. So now I got that taken care of. I'll check on YouTube in a few minutes and find out what kind of crazy comments we can find on that side. You're welcome to tune in. That was just the Facebook side. YouTube side, that's where the bad boys are. The back of the bus kind of guys. They all hang out over on the YouTube side. Just search for The Ray Gibson Show on YouTube, and then you'll find it there.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules giveaway. your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any one for Burger King or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Hey, 717 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. One of the guys used to be with APL is Carl Meyer, and Carl reporting now. Freezing in rainy Sacramento. And then he gave me this phrase here: chain controls over 50 and 80 to Tahoe. And I have no idea what that means. He says his response to that was snowing in the Sierras.
There you go.
Yeah.
Snow chains.
You be careful. Isn't that where the Donner Party got all caught up in the blizzards and they all started to start eating each other?
Yeah. No, I think that was the Andes.
Speaking of eating, the word from Steve and Liz with regard to Tommy's is yes, they located next to Ajisen Ramen, American Grocery, and dine-in is allowed.
See, I told you, Pojo's.
Wasn't that there's like the picnic table or something across from Ajisen, kind of in that area?
Yeah.
That was it for a long time. That was one of the go-to places. That area in Dededo, kind of a go-to place if we didn't want to get stuck into morning traffic, and who does? 7:19 in the morning. Thanks, I appreciate the heads up on that. Heads up on screen. It is a picture of Time magazine. This is not a meme. This actually came from the Times Twitter feed. The person of the year is not, thank God, Kamala Harris. There were people that were toying around with that. Apparently, the person of the year, according to Time magazine, is celebrity president Donald J. Trump. We offer him congratulations because we want him to solve all of the problems that Guam has in the Mariana Islands.
Why didn't they say man?
What's that?
Why didn't they say man? Man of the year.
Because every once in a while they want to get caught up in concepts. Like 1 year is going to be the VCR was the person of the year, something like that.
The helpful hardware person.
Yeah. Anyway, Guam Regional Medical City bring you the program as well. They are your healthcare partners.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
They got to do it today because we're not going to do the show tomorrow. Wait, we're not doing the show tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, Saturday.
Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, they seem to run around in my head. So tomorrow is the 14th of December, which, among many things, also happens to be my big sister Shelly's birthday.
Happy birthday, Shelly.
That's the loudest and most generous applause
Where are we
that we have in the sound effect bank. I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Where are we going?
Pizza. I don't know. It's not my birthday. I don't get to call it.
That's right.
I reached out to nephew RD and said, "What are we doing for my sister's birthday?" Because now he's the adult.
And she's like, "Oh, it's her birthday."
he's the adult that's in charge of all of that kind of thing. Anyway, 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, I got a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can take a look at what's happening. And I want to say, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways. That's not quite where we need to go right now. Let's take a look at what's happening in the markets. Not a great day on the markets today. S&P 500 in the red by 32, almost 33 points. The NASDAQ off by 132. Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like they're still not the big loser by percentage because it's such a big market. They're off by 234 points. Where's the next green? The FTSE is green by 10. Nikkei up 476. Another big day for the Hang Seng Index. Good day in Hong Kong. They're up by 242. The Chinese SPY market, the Shanghai Index off by 30. Got the Misery Index up by a hair, and the DAX only up by about 27 points. As we start taking a look, did I say NASDAQ was the biggest loser today? Led down by Warner Brothers, Intel Corporation, Monster Beverage, PepsiCo, and Kraft Heinz Company. Now, there's somebody turned me on to this. There is a podcast, a vlog, whatever you want to call it, for what's it called? Two guys, two bears, one cave. Are you familiar with the thing?
Yes.
So
Is that like that 2 girls, 1 cup?
No, stop that. No, it's this is funny, and nobody's gonna throw themselves out the window. But anyway, so they've got McConaughey. They're interviewing Kevin McConaughey, and they get into this thing about ketchup. and how they both love ketchup.
Right on,
So the guy, the host of the show, talks about getting a thing of ketchup and slathering it on his hand and letting it dry. And then just every once in a while, when he wants to... he just kind of licks it every once in a while because he wants the flavor of ketchup. I know it's gross. It's a funny show. I gotta find a way to pass this along and put a link to it somewhere. Anyway, we got them at around the top 5 here. Bottom 5 of the Nasdaq: Adobe, Regeneron, Micron Technologies, App 11, and Lam Research here. Who else we got to throw darts at here? You want to do that with oil? Oil now at $70.09 for West Texas crude. That's the national benchmark here, and it has been up and down over the last several days. 78 cents is not so bad. Gold at $2,705, lost $51 in value overnight. You want to talk about your volatile commodities here? 723. The other things that we look at is in case you're traveling this weekend, like everybody else I know. Kansai, you should be able to get yourself about 152.5 yen to the dollar. It's weak again today. Same thing with the peso at 58.35 if you're heading into Ninoy International. South Korean won, 1,430, about where it was yesterday. Bitcoin #1. I was at work when I come in this morning. What's that?
Sorry, man. He's pointing at your sign behind you.
Is Jerry Roberts unhappy with
You got any lighter fluid, Joe?
This is a gift from a listener. We can't do that. Ruben Pell. Ruben Pell, who is a big fan of the San Francisco 49ers.
Jerry's a Rams fan, Ray.
I'm sorry for Ruben's poor taste.
I don't have any Rams stuff here. I would be happy to have a Rams thing.
Daryl, you have any lighter fluid?
Anyway, back to Bitcoin. It was $100,032 when I come to work this morning, and we know that it can go up and down in the space of the time when I'm sitting at my desk. So for the catch-up men, what are we talking about for Bitcoin today?
99,904.29 cents.
All right, there's the dip, guys. There's the dip. Start to say, figure out how we're going to fatten up your Bitcoin wallet, your crypto wallet, with tiny, tiny shares of Bitcoin at that value. There it is. Those are the numbers for you. And everything going on. Jerry Roberts in a festive mood this morning because his beloved Rams will be taking on my beloved San Francisco 49ers at 11:15. The Rams.
You know, I could have worn the Rams shirt today.
You could have.
But I have taste. I have taste. Unlike some people.
You've got tact.
You know what? If you want to, back in the olden days,
I do it only because for Mayumi's sake.
Right. But one of our best buddies in radio, John Anderson, once was a big Vikings fan, right? Do you recall?
Probably so, because he came from that part of the central area.
On game day, if they had won, he would have the cup sitting upright.
Is that right?
And when they lost, the cup was upside down. So maybe we'll simplify things around here. We'll get a Rams cup and we'll get a Niners cup, and depending on how they do, we'll have a little camera set up on the screen so people can see how our teams are doing.
There you go.
All right, I like it. 7:25. Jerry Roberts in the studio with this morning's Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry,
thank you. What if I told you that one particular skill, perhaps more than any other, will determine more of your success in life? What if you could make that skill even better? Would you want to dedicate yourself to that? I'll tell you what I'm talking about next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
You have a particular skill, and so do I. We share that skill along with everybody else. Some of us have developed this skill far beyond where others have taken it, and most of us have a tremendous amount of growth left to go. Famous people have spoken and written about this skill over the years. We'll share 9 of those statements today as we take a look at the issue of listening. One of the more familiar quotes starts us off. Number 1, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. Greek philosopher Epictetus said that. Number 2, Ernest Hemingway, the author, said, when people talk, listen completely. Most people never listen. Here's one for you multitaskers. Number 3, you cannot truly listen to anyone and do anything else at the same time. M. Scott Peck, author, he of The Road Less Traveled. Put your phone down. Look away from the computer screen unless you're looking up their transaction. The ear of the leader must ring with the voices of the people. President number 28, Woodrow Wilson, said that. Most leaders think it's the other way around, that the ears of the people must ring with their voice. It's a big mistake. Marketers, take this one to heart. Number 4, the best way to connect with your audience is to listen to them. No one claimed that one. Unknown. Number 5, to listen is to lean in softly with a willingness to be changed by what we hear. Writer, poet, Mark Nepo said that. Nah, most of us have zero interest in being changed. Number 6, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. Peter Drucker, business consultant and author, said that this is the ability to listen so well that you, quote unquote, hear between the lines. Number 7, the greatest gift you can give someone is your undivided attention. Jim Rohn, motivational speaker. It screams about respect and that you think they just might have something to say that's worth that undivided attention. Robert Baden-Powell, a British Army officer, said this, number 8, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can by talk. Many of Guam Training's courses feature a module on what we call active listening. Here's a quote that encapsulates what we're going for. Okay. Number 9, listen with the intent to understand, not the intent to reply. Stephen Covey, author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People and an amazing thought leader and a man I met once. Almost all of us are actively running our brain trying to put together what we're going to say just as soon as the other person takes a breath. When we do this, there's a very good chance that we're going to miss critical information that would help us and the other person. Once again, from Stephen Covey, it's worth repeating. Listen with the intent to understand, not the intent to reply. Indeed, that's a superpower. And that's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right. Well, you were doing the extra point. I was looking up some skills, some interesting skills that you can learn to make yourself a more interesting person, a more well-rounded person. And,
these are skills, obviously, you have mastered because very few people are as interesting and as likable as you are.
All right. But so we can go around the room and see who's got some interesting skills. I can juggle 3 balls.
I sucked that pretty well, didn't
I? I know how to juggle. Wow. I know how to juggle. Yeah. It's not very well, but I know how to do it, and I can do a 3-ball juggle, which in my mind is kind of interesting. Yeah, I learned because I was watching a guy on TV, and I thought that would be fun to learn, so I taught myself how to juggle. I thought that was cool. Real Joe, on the other hand, he's got some interesting skills.
I do.
Yeah, a little known fact about Real Joe: he can wiggle just one ear at a time. And he can go from right to left to right to left.
And I can make fart sounds with my armpit.
With your armpit.
No, it's radio, Joe.
Oh.
Come on.
You can't do that
You'll
here.
have to demonstrate
Come
it.
on.
The FCC's watching now.
That's what he's saying
Listen,
now.
they're not smelling anything. Just go ahead. You said you could do it.
I think that's an interesting skill. Donna, what is your interesting skill? Donna can play a musical instrument, which I think is an interesting skill in the year 2025.
Well,
not everybody can sit down.
She can play the recorder.
Bro, I would kill for a skill that my grandfather had. You know what it was? You know what Daddy knew how to do?
Clarinet?
No, harmonica.
Okay.
The guy, Daddy knew how to play the harmonica.
Play the blues.
He played the piano by ear. I mean, he was just really just in a talent for language. But it would always surprise me. He used to sell Hohner harmonicas at Mariana Sales back in the olden days because that was the harmonica that he grew up with, and he thought everybody needs to have a chance to learn how to do that.
Nothing I mean, nothing like a good harmonica.
Yeah.
I mean, just goes right through you, man.
Yeah. Stevie Wonder. Just think about some of the great Stevie Wonder songs and the harmonica that he used to make those noises that we all grew up with. Yeah. So what about you? You got an interesting skill. 797-8255, 797-8255. Can you put your makeup on with your? Oh, wait a second.
Without opening your mouth?
No.
Without gaping your mouth?
No, it's something I'd seen. I'm trying to think if there's a movie or something like that. I'm sure that one of the balloon smugglers that we have in the program knows that they can put lipstick on with the thing. Didn't they do that in The Breakfast Club?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she was showing everybody that she could put her lipstick on with her boobies.
You can do it.
Well, I think I can. I got put on a couple of pounds here. This is the part where Jerry's trying to leave.
Welcome to the show, Jerry.
That's good.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Okay, so one last skill that I've always coveted from my friends. James Flores, Jimmy D's son, knew how to do this. A lot of the other boys knew how to do it. I still can't, no matter how hard I try, is using your two fingers to whistle.
Oh, can't do it.
Can't, right? And I've tried it a zillion times in my life.
I can't do that.
Throwing a top. Yeah. Throwing a top. You remember when we were kids, they used to have a little triangle-shaped thing with a nail on the thing, and you wrap it around, and you throw it down. And
it's starting a lawnmower.
Yeah. Except in reverse. I never learned how to do that. Sarita wants to know what color my juggling balls are. Start off with tennis balls.
Wow,
there's already 3 in the can. So you start off and you just kind of learn the rhythm of doing all that. Anyway, 7:33, dying to see what yours are. 797-8255. Pictures or videos if you can. In the meantime, we got to jump into news and headlines. Her other incredible skill is reading you the news. Donna D with the news brought to you by, our guys over at Burger King with an incredible array and a lineup of Whoppers they want you to try that are designed by the actual customers of Burger King. When they say you rule, they mean it. It's also being brought to you by, Joe D. and Saran and Auntie Loli and Libby, who I had the opportunity to hang out with for a little bit last night. Her sister, Michelle, I know it's wrong. I'm going to do it that way anyway, was celebrating her birthday. For all of your real estate needs, 588-4232. Now with the news and headlines is Donna. What's going on?
Domingo Mendiola denied charges in a superseding indictment for the murder of Sumitra Lairopi. He appeared in court yesterday before Judge Jonathan Kwan, questioning why the prosecution filed an identical indictment. Mendiola, asserting his right to a speedy trial, is charged in connection with a Valentine's Day robbery at Tai Tai Healthy Cuisine. Investigators say the robbery was to settle a drug debt. Meanwhile, Jack in the Box Guam has released the Loco Moco Smashed Jack, an island exclusive burger. The new item builds on the chain's commitment to Pacific Islander-inspired menu innovations. Glenn Dela Cruz, director of marketing for Jack in the Box Guam in Hawaii, says our goal is to celebrate our Pacific Island culinary heritage. And Breaking Wave Theater Company's improv troupe will perform tonight at Boonies in the Royal Orchid Hotel at 7 o'clock. The show, called Improv and Chill, offers a night of comedy for adults 18 and older. Tickets are $15 and include a drink or appetizer. Purchase online at guamtime.net or pay cash at the door. Seats are limited, so organizers recommend buying early. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Wonder what their skills are. It's 7:35 in the morning. On screen right now is the price of gas. This is not a local number. Just FYI. Somebody sent it in. It's in Texas somewhere where they're paying for just plain old vanilla regular gasoline $2.44. Ow! $3.15 at the auto ports here on Guam, and at the regular gas stations on this side of the fence, $4 and about $4.90 for a gallon of gasoline.
All right, man.
So that needs to be our target. How many days between now and the inauguration of President Donald Trump? It's 39 away from today here. You're listening to The Ray Gibson Show. This is The Point.
Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra sharp.
I'm Shanzi from Star 101. Join me and the Island's car community at Proline Automotive this Sunday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Donate a new and unwrapped toy to make a child smile this holiday season. We'll also be doing raffles to benefit Guam's foster children. See you Sunday at Proline Automotive. Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
What happened? I have a Beyond the Box?
Yes.
First floor of the Micronesia Mall. I'm sorry, I was looking for pictures to put up on the screen in the Meme Machine here, and I'll get around to doing that here in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, but in the meantime, 7:37 is Beyond the Box time. You can find them at the Micronesia Mall, and that's where you can take care of just a ton of your Christmas shopping. You know somebody that has got an iPhone or maybe what's the other one? Strippers and drug dealers use the Samsungs.
Yeah,
they've got all of the accessories that you need for that. Screen protectors, and they got cases, and they got chargers, and all of the other stuff. And maybe you got somebody and you look at their technology and go, wow, does Apple still support that iPad? And you might want to help them out. There's never been better pricing on Apple iPads, including 10th generation iPads than they've got right now at Beyond the Box. And ask them about Apple Watches as well. Everybody's wearing one. You should be as well at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. Let me see now. 7:38. And time to take a look at traffic. Let me put the traffic map up on Gizmo so that you can see what it is exactly I'm looking at. That's what it looked like an hour ago. This is what it looks like right now. As I zoom out a little bit more, nothing major up in Anderson Air Force Base, all the way down through most of Jigo and most of into Datadu. Bowdy Pow Pow is where things are starting to get ugly. But looking at the map right now, I think it's a little bit closer to Woostig, where the traffic is starting to look like last night on Marine Drive. We got southbound Marine Corps Drive through most of it. A little bit of traffic over at Wysang Song. You are going to find some traffic on Route 3 trying desperately to get to Marine Corps Drive. Once you get there, nothing major. Micronesia Mall intersections running clear. Don't see a whole lot of traffic between there and 8, 10, and 16. Now, on the 8 side, it's a little bit busy in both directions. Hardly anything in front of the Happy Mart light from there, and I don't see anything crazy on Route 10 either. Over at Thai, different story. Thai is starting to busy up. You are going to see traffic at both ends of the intersection at Cost You Less. Likewise, Ordot and I was going to say San Francisco. I don't know why. But Sinahanya up in that direction because the Niners are playing at 11:15. That's why. Anyway, downtown you got all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Maybe a couple of stops over by Polaris Point. Maybe a couple of spots over by the cemetery. But it shouldn't take you very long to get to Big Navy this morning. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Saturday, January 11th, join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Booths are available now. If you're a business that specializes in eating healthy, exercising, being mindful, and more, call 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Allie. For more information about the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, call 888-RDIO.
Okay. Oh, and did you hear the other commercial where we're saying about we're hiring people in sales department? We did. You know who wrote that spot? Grok.
Hey,
Grok
congrats,
wrote the
Grok.
spot.
Good job. You're fired.
So, but yeah, because it left out the part with work with Ray Gibson and Real Joe Cruz and Donna D. You too could be a part of the success of Pico's Best Radio Station. Blah 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 blah. I went to Grok because one of the things that I noticed today, and I haven't mentioned yet, is today is Friday the 13th. Now,
oh boy,
just another day on the calendar for me. I'm not. I don't try. I try not to put a lot of weight behind. It's just a couple of numbers. It's a 12, 13, and that's all you need to know. Frankly, it's just something on the way to my sister's birthday. But I noted that it's one of only a couple of Friday the 13ths in 2024. In fact, it's the last one because there's no month after December. So this is the last Friday the 13th of 2024. And I asked Grok I asked Grok, I said, how many Friday the 13ths are there in 2025? You know, just so I can have that little piece of trivia floating around in my head. And Grok came back seconds later and said, there's 3. There's 3 of them. And I said, yeah, really? How about that? He said, yeah, there's one in June. Grok said one in February and another one in March. And it occurred to me that was wrong. So I said, can you check again? And it came back and said, oh, my God, sorry for the confusion. It's June and February and November is when we have Friday the 13th. And I looked and I said, okay, one more time. And Grok finally came back and said, oh, my God, this is embarrassing. There's actually only one Friday the 13th in all of 2025. You know, if today, you know, it's interesting. If today is one of those Mescla giveaway days, maybe I'll use that as one of the questions that could make you a winner in the last month of 2024. I don't know. We'll see what we got here. 888-825-5888-TALK. Was that it? Am I done with everything?
No.
What am I supposed to do now?
Hafaloa.
Oh, yeah.
Our brothers and sisters.
We were talking about skills, and they've got great skills over at Havaloa. Wonderful service, awesome prices, and some of the, you know, we're talking about mostly sunny skies that we're going to have in front of us. So you're going to be hot at the beach, but cool yourself down at the beach with some goodies from Havaloa, ice kekis and smoothies. They got soft serve. I've already been, you know, raving about how they can take the Dole pineapple and the vanilla and twist them all up into one spectacular flavor pack cone. There, you can try that out as well, and you're gonna love the prices. You'll love the toppings. It doesn't have to be just, you know, the vanilla or the pineapple or the twisted up version. You can make it, you know, combine it with things like gummy worms and shave ice flavorings and even Li Hing powder, which is the stuff that gives sweet and sour seeds their incredible flavor. Try it. I'm totally right now. Try it out today, would you? Over at Havaloa at the old Cowboy Ninja in the W.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:45, if you're looking for something to be happy about here, let's be happy about this. This is not a sanctuary town. We've got
it's not?
We've got illegal aliens that are smuggling themselves from the CNMI to Guam. That's how some people will refer to them. I will refer to them in the customary language that was taught to me by people that are smart. They're spies, is what they're doing. They figured out a way, finagled their way out of China and into the CNMI. You know, for whatever the purpose is. You know, a vacation, or I'm looking for a little job, or I don't know what it is. You know, opportunity. Can't find what we need here because the economy up there is worse than it is here, and so they've decided to set their sights on Guam and maybe find some kind of an opportunity, some kind of a lifestyle, here on Guam. But they're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be able to do that. And if you do, customary to come in through, quote, a port of entry, like airport. Customary to be able to fly into, like, the Guam International Airport, use the commuter terminal, and get yourself cleared. Show your bona fides, and if everything is in place, then by golly, you can stay. Or as sometimes happen, you get yourself off of a boat or a ship or something like that over at Roy Respiccio's port.
Oh, yeah, that's a little tougher. On that side. Yeah.
That might be a little bit tougher. But, you know, once you're in the harbor, things are generally smooth. Not these guys. Now, they kind of let themselves off near Retidian and down at Puto, and that's just not right.
Too easy.
They're spies. That's all there is to it. I mean, it's the contingent, the locations that they're trying to do to get themselves in at. Yeah, maybe it has a lot to do with the fact that area is closer to the CNMI than, say, Boat Basin, you know, or Apra Harbor, or even Agate, which I'm told. What's the name of the restaurant down at Marina?
Marina Grill.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, some Mariana Grill. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the name, and I don't mean to sound snobbish about it, but that's a long way to go for fried chicken. But I was told in no uncertain terms last night.
You're gonna make me hungry.
I know. It's Friday. We talk about food. We talk about Tommy's Pizza, and we got into a little bit of debate last night over at Michelle's birthday gathering. Not my sister Shelley, Libby's sister Shelley. And we got into a little bit of a debate over where the best fried chicken was on Guam. And
that's tough.
Yes, it is tough. It is tough. So you got all your fast food locations, right, that you can think about. But in this case, they said, all right, best non-fast food fried chicken that you can get on Guam is down in Agate at the marina. And yes, that's what she said. They were there. I mean, it was like they were ganging up
oh my
on
God,
me.
people are U-turning right now.
You don't
Ray.
even know. You don't know, you northerner.
What's all that traffic in Agate now?
You don't know what we have down here. I'm
gonna check that out.
I'm like, I got friends in the Navy. They would have told me, and they said, no, it's a secret. It's just us.
Yeah,
it's just us
it's
Navy
a
people,
secret.
Agate, Santa Rita people. We're the only ones that know about the secret best chicken on Guam. Anyway, play around with that concept. But getting back to it, Customs and Quarantine sent out a note yesterday, said responding to illegal entries in northern Guam between the 10th and the 11th, around 4:45 in the afternoon, an officer with the Maritime Contraband Enforcement Team informed that a female of the People's Republic of China was found to have illegally entered the vicinity of a military installation. Oh really?
No.
Upon investigation,
looking for a husband?
Yes. Sham marriage. I just need a green card. Me love you long time. Anyway,
looking for an E9.
Upon investigation, officers learned the female was dropped to Guam by a vessel originating from Saipan in violation of Guam's customs entry requirement, and that a warrant was out for her arrest. She was apprehended by federal authorities for detention. During the investigation, they learned of another female and male in distress on the reef outside Haputo Beach area. These might be among the luckiest Chinese spies ever. It's dangerous out there. People are dying in the reefs and succumbing to being overwhelmed by the ocean. Anyway, so you get these two in distress, reportedly arrived by the same vessel. Each of them received aid from medical responders and were taken into custody by federal authorities. Customs officers conducted formalities of inspecting each of the passengers and their baggage for contraband. No contraband was present. They'll get it while they're here. they'll do their shopping.
Boston whaler, Ray.
Do their shopping around here. I'm looking to see if there's any indication of what kind of vehicle that they'd come in, what kind of boat that they'd come in, and whether they're able to determine who was the owner of the boat, who was the driver of the boat, and maybe link that back with the owner, maybe another driver, another company.
Low bid?
Low bid out in the CNMI. This is a growing problem, but there have been convictions in the CNMI. They've found guys that were responsible for bringing these spies to Guam and then heading back and maybe looking to see if they can hook up with some more people. At any rate, it's a problem. It's a problem. I think it's a problem for our security and like the problems that they are having in the United States mainland. It's just one other thing that we don't need to worry about here on Guam. Is the leaky borders. There was a time where even Congressman Jimmy Craig Moreland had been looking into that and wanting to do something about it. 7:50 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Senator Chris Barnett on the line?
He's got the best fried chicken.
He says best fried chicken is over at Chris Barnett's house. What an day. How you doing there, Malfunction?
Hey, good morning, Ray. You got to use the mustard. The mustard fried chicken. That's the best.
Is it? You know what? The competition in my family for all of the children, all the grandchildren, to see who's got the best version of my grandmother's fried chicken recipe. And the one thing that we all agree on, we all maybe disagree a little bit on the ingredients, but we all agree that the only way to properly dust the chicken is to get a Payless paper bag and throw all of the ingredients inside, throw the raw chicken in there, and just shake the hell out of it until it is coated like you wouldn't believe, and that is among the steps to take. 7:51, as much as I want to small talk with you, but we got big talk coming from the Attorney General's office based on your request for a legal opinion on the open government law and compliance between GORA and the people of Guam. What do you think of the Attorney General's response to you?
Well, good morning, and Viva Vetness to all your listeners, Ray, and people of Guam. I'm thankful the AG issued that opinion. I'm also thankful Senator Frank Laws, our minority leader, also requested opinion, kind of in the same wheelhouse with the condemnation. So I think this is a 1-2 punch, these legal opinions that, for me, really represent the final nail in the coffin of this Build the Hospital at Manilao effort. The governor's just got to be honest. Ray's got to be honest with the people of Guam. And I think these opinions show that they've been moving forward recklessly, and this is what you get when you don't have the proper checks and balances as required by the law. You know, if you look at what the legislature's been saying from day one, we've been saying, Governor, we want to work with you. We want to work together to decide our people's healthcare future. We've invited her to the legislature. We sat in a meeting at Adelup where we asked for the details about it. And this was at this time she was trying to build a Eagles Field. We asked for the details, and she basically said, I just need your support on this. And we didn't get any details. What we did get was a lease that had blank pages, and even the Attorney General agreed would be reckless for us to sign. And then the governor put the bill for Edna Agaga at the legislature, but she couldn't get consensus, right? And I did with the passage of Bill 185, and at the time we passed Bill 185, the governor had $300 million to construct a new hospital. Remember, when we got this ARP money, she said that she was putting aside $300 million to build the new hospital. And where are we now? We got $100 million left. They're saying that's going to be to build infrastructure, which now means that we're going to have to go out to the bond market. So when we talk about being reasonable, I think that in her desperation to avoid the involvement of the legislature by going through this route with Gura, the governor's ending up right back where she didn't want to be at the legislature. I think it's very reasonable for the legislature to be involved in, decisions of these magnitude, Ray. And, if the governor had been honest from day one, I think we would have made a lot of progress. If we follow the timeline that the governor's putting out for the Manila Hospital, EPOW would have already been halfway built. So I'm celebrating these legal opinions from the AG, and I'm very encouraged. I'm anticipating that he's going to seek a declaratory judgment, and I'm hearing that there are other missteps that Gora has made. And I've been saying from the beginning, they're moving too quickly, and I think they're jeopardizing this process because, transparency is not telling us what you're doing after the fact. Transparency is telling us what you're going to do and what you're doing while you're doing it. And I think it's clear, Ray, that this administration is allergic to transparency because every time we bring it up, they break out in a rash of political attacks and press releases.
And they got pretty close to that at the end of the opinion piece that they did with regard to the Attorney General's opinion. He says, these are nothing more than the AG joining forces with opposing senators who are trying to defeat our island's most significant efforts towards finally building a new hospital. It's not the first time the AG has been wrong, and it is likely not the last. So it looks like the axis of evil as far as the Adelup is concerned is Chris Barnett, Frank Blas Jr., and the Attorney General of Guam.
Yeah, there's no place for that. Again, I reiterate my call to the governor to work together with not just the legislature, but the stakeholders to include the hardworking staff and employees at the troubled Guam Memorial Hospital and the medical community. It's about respect, mutual respect, Ray, and we sit down and we do this together. The blame game and the name calling and the pettiness absolutely has to go.
Sure.
And let's roll up our sleeves and let's get this done for the people of Guam, but it has to be done with honesty and transparency and accountability. Our people deserve nothing less.
But can it be done with what's left of the 37th Guam legislature? You guys have had just a ridiculous time being able to meet quorum, and it feels like things are moving slow as we're going through what could be the last session of the 37th Guam legislature. And among the things that I have been waiting for, now that perhaps the Attorney General's opinion is in the clear, maybe today is the day that we start talking about an override of 185 at the legislature. I know you're all for it. Looks like Frank Blas Jr. is leaning in that direction. You might only need a couple other votes.
Yeah, Ray, the override of Bill 185, I'm obligated to put that on the agenda, and I think really to kind of see it through. I know Senator Blas had called your show earlier this week, and he was thinking out loud if we would even have 10 members present when it came to voting. But, yeah, again, it's my intention to put the bill up for an override, and I think with all of these shenanigans and dishonesty that's going on with this with the Gora and the governor, I think it makes the arguments for EPOW that much more compelling because if you recall, Ray, and I keep track of this stuff, at the beginning of the term, the governor was flying to Washington, D.C. Every other week, and she was saying that she was going to get money for the new hospital. But, we've sat down with the admirals. They're not paying for the new hospital. The most they said they would do would be to provide a specialist who would be stationed out of Naval Hospital. And so now that we know the governor's going to the bond market, for me, the fiscal feasibility of EPOW Point and really building a facility that we can manage and we can staff and we can maintain is it's for me of the utmost importance. And, I feel the urgency, too. We got to move forward. quickly for our people. But again, we have to work together, and we got to be honest to the people of Guam.
Well, I mean, and earlier in the week, I read a story that come out of states where there's an outfit, there's a hospital facility, the Keck Medical Center has been approached, obviously, to help out with certain partnerships that they're underway with the GMH and Guam Regional Medical City. But the article that I read, I'm going to have to dig it up because it seemed to me that they were very, very clear that among the things that were talked about, Crystal Paco said that was not the case, but among the things that they were talking about was management of a new hospital facility by Keck. And that's not bad. I think that's where everybody wants this to go, is to get the government build a new hospital, but we don't want the government to run the new hospital.
Yeah, I think politics has really paralyzed all the progress that, our people deserve with our health care. And you're right, we can't, build a new hospital and have the same political people run it into the ground all over again. Yeah, that's absolutely, for me, that's unacceptable. We have to look at the management structure. We've got to change it. We got to take the politics out of healthcare and give the people what they deserve.
7:58 and change. A couple of questions before I let you to go. I know how busy you are. Number one, we got the Rams and the Niners today. Who are you shooting for?
Niners, man.
All the way, got the flag. I'll let you sign it when you get in. When we get you into the studio one more time. And then the other one, because I don't know if I'm going to see what happens. But if this is the last time that we talk between now and Christmas, do you have any special Christmas wishes that you'd like to give the people of Guam while they're listening on a Friday morning?
I know it's been a difficult year. People are facing a lot of challenges, but this Christmas season, it's really about the birth of the Niño Jesus and spending time with the family. So even with everything that's going on with our lives, I just ask that we take that time to reflect on, the significance of the birth of Jesus and the significance of this time, the singing the novenas. We're out at the senior centers, caroling for my nana, and I think that, let's put that into focus for this Christmas season. And I think, if we do that and we make our prayers, we're going to be heading into a new year, hopefully with more prosperity for our people and, more working together with our elected leaders with, mutual respect and honesty.
A point that I'll make here, and there is something special about this season, and notwithstanding any political differences, it was a delight. I got a picture of Governor Lulian Guerrero surrounded by all kinds of smiling people. Santa Claus was there, and they're doing the parade of lights, and there's musicians out running around. It's just a beautiful night to be at Skinner Plaza last night. So a good job on that, Governor Lulian Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. I think that was a great way to bring out the real spirit of the season. We'll use that as a sign that we can work together moving forward. 7:59 and change. You have a fantastic day, Chris. We'll see you soon.
Merry Christmas.
Viva It's 8 o'clock and time for Fox News.
On drone sightings, Elisa Brady, Fox News. The Biden administration says recently reported drones do not present a national security threat, though they remain under investigation.
Despite numerous sightings of drones above cities in New York and New Jersey since late last month, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says there is no evidence of malicious intent or foreign involvement.
We certainly take seriously the threat that can be posed by unmanned aircraft systems, which is why law enforcement and other agencies continue to support New Jersey and investigate the reports.
Kirby also says there's been no confirmed sightings over sensitive sites or in restricted airspace.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Kirby also telling reporters that a review of available imagery suggests many reported drone sightings are manned aircraft operating lawfully. Some local and state lawmakers and members of Congress not satisfied with the answers and steps taken so far. The White House also urging Congress to expand counter-drone authority. The Justice Department's Inspector General says the FBI should have done more to gather intelligence leading up to the Capitol riot, but that no undercover agents were in the crowd.
26 informants were in Washington for protests related to the election, with 3 of them entering either the Capitol or a restricted area outside. According to the report, while the agency did prepare for the possibility of escalation, it failed to gather information from all of its informants when preparing for possible violence.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on the Hill. President Biden issuing commuted sentences and pardons for about 1,500 people.
For far too long, our criminal justice system has closed doors of opportunity for too many people who should have the chance to once again participate in daily life and contribute to their communities.
Spokeswoman Marie Jean-Pierre, the White House calling it the largest single-day act of clemency in modern history. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
It's on a fast-moving wildfire in Malibu.
The Franklin fire in Malibu ripping through over 4,000 acres since igniting Monday and is 20% contained.
4 homes have been destroyed. 6 homes have been damaged.
LA County Deputy Fire Chief Eleni Pappas noting an end to red flag warnings and cooler weather has helped the nearly 2,000 battling the blaze contain it. Officials starting to repopulate part of the city, lifting some evacuation orders.
I wish we could say that more people are going to return today, but we're working on it very diligently.
Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Actor Dick Van Dyke returning to his Malibu home after evacuating. The star, who turns 99 Friday, revealing his cat Bobo that escaped during the evacuation has been found safe, thanking animal control for their help.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Another round of lake effect snow pounding parts of the Great Lakes region from Michigan to New York, hitting some of the same areas that got feet of snow after Thanksgiving. Erie, Pennsylvania could get another foot.
People are getting stranded. People are getting piled up in snow.
I'm from Pittsburgh, so I'm not used to this. I'm more than ready for it to stop.
They're under a snow warning into tomorrow. Football's about to get festive.
Mariah Carey will take the field during the NFL's Christmas game day to prove once again she is the reigning queen of Christmas to open the holiday game on Netflix. The pop star will do a tape performance of her festive song, All I Want for Christmas, before the day's 2 games, marking a major move for the streamer into the world of live sports. The current Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, will face the Pittsburgh Steelers at 1 p.m. Eastern, followed by the Baltimore Ravens, Houston Texans matchup at 4:30 Eastern. Beyonce is set to deliver a live halftime show during the Ravens-Texas game. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Stocks tumble after a higher than expected inflation report, the Dow dropping 234. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101 in collaboration with Guam Premier Outlets present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Saturday, January 11th, join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Booths are available now. If you're a business that specializes in eating healthy, exercising, being mindful, and more, call 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Allie. For more information about the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, call 888-RDIO.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Today, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Stefan Camacho, accused of a deadly armed robbery involving a tourist, admitted to using meth while on electronic monitoring. Camacho appeared before Judge John Terlahi, who was told he had obtained the drug from a visitor. The judge warned him not to have visitors or use drugs while being monitored. Although probation recommended 10 days in prison, the court decided to suspend the sentence, giving Camacho another chance. He will go to trial on January 15. He and co-defendant Kioki Santos are said to have planned the robbery after losing money gambling. Santos, believed to be the shooter, died by suicide. And Deanna Tyron, claiming to be a victim in the criminal sexual conduct case against Dr. Ugochukwu Akoma, spoke out about the case's recent developments. Akoma is accused of groping Tyron and forcing her to touch his groin. The case went to trial in April, but a mistrial was declared. The AG's office later sought to dismiss the case, citing difficulties in winning a trial. Tyron, who relocated to Hawaii, was disappointed by the decision despite regular contact with prosecutors. She described the emotional toll that the case has taken on her and her family. Tyron continues to seek justice through a civil case against Akoma, seeking $500,000 in damages. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Asia Pacific Airlines, based in Guam and Hawaii, has been ordered to pay over $2 million after firing a pilot who raised safety concerns. The U.S. Department of Labor says the pilot refused to fly a plane they believed had an unreliable engine. Investigators found the airline retaliated, violating federal whistleblower protections. The payout includes back pay, future wages, emotional damages, and attorney fees. OSHA also ordered the company to clear the pilot's record and train employees on their rights. Asia Pacific Airlines disputes the findings, claiming the pilot had breached safety protocols in 2021. The airline plans to appeal. Previous investigations revealed maintenance failures that supported the pilot's concerns. And the Island Beautification Task Force is cracking down on abandoned vehicles and derelict buildings. DPW Director Vince Ariola announced plans to ramp up enforcement in January. DPW will set monthly quotas for addressing derelict buildings and target vehicles abandoned on public roads, which pose safety and environmental risks. The department is partnering with Reverend Tax to track owners with penalties for violators. Ariola also warned towing companies against illegal dumping. The Guam EPA and the Mayor's Council are processing thousands of abandoned items through the Environmental Cleanup Program. These include over 1,800 vehicles and 2,500 junk tires this fiscal year. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Right on. Quick look at weather. Frank Loss Jr. on the line. We'll get his opinion of the Attorney General's opinion that he requested recently, 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. It's partly sunny today. Daytime highs of about 87 degrees. It'll feel like 94 with the heat index, 30% chance of rain, so be on the lookout for that. Partly cloudy tonight, mostly sunny again tomorrow with daytime highs of about 88 degrees, and mostly sunny on Sunday with daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Good news here is we got some decent weather ahead of us, and that's all right. Be careful when you get on the water because it's going to be windy in the next bunch of days. We'll see some gusts of about 20-21 miles an hour today, tomorrow, Friday, and that's creating rip currents, hazardous surf, jellyfish warning, and Chinese spies out on Guam's ocean, so be on the lookout for them. Sunset tonight's going to be at 5:56. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
Holiday deals are here at GTA. For a limited time, get 50% off any iPhone 15 series smartphone. Get an iPhone 15 Plus for less than $13 a month, or get an iPhone 15 Pro Max for less than $17 a month. Don't need a new phone? Bring your own phone to GTA and we'll give you a $300 credit when you activate a new line with our Live Unlimited plan. That's like 4 months free. Come into GTA and check out our holiday deals today. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. GTA. We start the holidays with you.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
8:11 in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show are brought to you by APL. American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Take Care.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Hey, halfway through on the Ray Gibson Show, you know what I was supposed to do? I was going to do...
We did it!
Donna's got a jam, so we got to take care of celebrity birthdays and special events on our own.
All right.
Yeah, we'll get around and do that a little bit later on.
her.
So the big story this morning, we've been chasing this around for it feels like forever, and there were a lot of people that right around November the 20th or so started hearing a little bit more about these deals that were going on with properties up in Manilao that were destined to become the new hospital, and somewhere between here and there, I was actually approached by Governor Lulian Guerrero, who was very urgently told me that the debate was over. The hospital is going to be built in Manilao, and I needed to lay off. To which my response was, enjoy your walk, Governor, and turned around and went on and enjoyed my walk. Clearly, the debate is not over. When you've got questions coming from senators of the 37th Guam legislature from two different parties, including one that's her party, when you've got people that are asking questions of the Attorney General looking for some guidance on whether or not this plan using GURA and their supposed authorities and capabilities to achieve the ownership of property by eminent domain, involuntary purchase. We need to find out if all of that's legal. Then clearly, if we've got questions about that over at the legislature, the debate certainly isn't over. 8:13 in the morning, one of the guys that's leading the debate is my classmate, incoming Speaker of the Legislature, Frank Blas Jr. Buenos Daryl, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Guam.
So I think the Attorney General has spoken, and despite the response from the governor's office, I thought there was a great degree of clarity and citation in his response to your question about not open government compliance, but in this case, it was the authorities to buy hospital land that you were inquiring about. You no doubt have had a chance to read and reread that opinion. Your thoughts this morning?
Well, that request for the legal review came as a result of listening to the discussions on the use of eminent domain. I went to, and of course, obviously, into our statutes, looked at both the statute, that spells out the processes for eminent domain, but then also the enabling statute for GURA. And I was a little uncomfortable. I said, well, based on what I'm reading and based on what the discussions are, they seem to conflict. But I'm not an attorney. Let me reach out to the AG and ask him, to conduct a legal review to see whether what I suspected or what I thought was right. And it was spot on. I mean, the same thing that I saw. Actually, the law is very clear, as spelled out in the Guam Code annotated, as to what the processes are. What steps need to be taken before you can use eminent domain, and obtain the property through that, through that process. And there were points that were missing. There were steps that were missing, but I needed some clarification. I said, look, are these the steps? Is this what's necessary? Because I'm not comfortable with the way the GURA and the governor is employing this. And sure enough, yesterday he comes out with basically a 6-page review, analysis on what the law states, the statute states, on how eminent domain can be utilized. He comes out with they're in violation of the law. And I'm like, okay, so you can't do this based on how you figured. Senator Barnett's question was more to, okay, the
Open government. Well, and the findings from the Attorney General's office was that they were not properly noticed, and everything that took place in those meetings, up to and including that $1 million loan, millions of dollars worth of loan, everything that they talked about in that meeting is null and voidable, which means there needs to be a next step. And, folks, you'll be able to, I think KUAM has got both of the AG opinions on their website, so you can go, it does. You can go and take a look at that. And see chapter and verse what was said. You can also find by now the governor's responses on that. That does not have chapter and verse. It's a little bit more of an editorial and a little bit of a scolding to the Attorney General. And I thought this was interesting because apparently, Frank, we don't have the same vision. We don't view things broadly enough. A.G. Moylan has completely sidestepped GURA's substantial power to develop housing projects on Guam, which are separately defined from urban renewal projects and broadly defined to include health facilities. Maybe you and I aren't stepping back far enough. Maybe you and I aren't squinting our eyes the same way they must have squinted their eyes so that they could give themselves the authority that I'm not sure that, and frankly, the opinion says they don't have.
Well, there's two things. First off, what part says there that they had to skip the process of legislative approval, and what part there says that they're allowed to skip the formation of a plan? Before you decide you're going to do this, so that it can go to the governor so that she can see it, and then come to the legislature for the approval. What part of that plan do they say that? They say they can skip that part because that's what interested me. I looked at it and said, "Wait a minute. This has to come to the legislature for approval and concurrence, and I haven't seen anything, with regard to any purchase of land, much less the use of eminent domain to obtain land, that has come before us."
And they're very specific on what the nature of those properties need to be. I see the section in the opinion you're referring to. Before making an urban renewal plan, GURA has to determine that an area is a slum or a blighted area and is appropriate for urban renewal projects. GURA must consult with the Guam Land Use Commission and the agency's proposals. A public hearing with various legal requirements must take place prior to the plan's adoption. After they adopt the plan, Guam law requires it to be sent to the governor for review and approval. Thereafter, with the governor's consent, the plan goes to the Guam legislature for review and approval. And based on the timeline that I'm most familiar with here, Frank, none of that has taken place. And the property that they're talking about is not a blighted area. It is not a slum. We've got them, and apparently GURA has turned a blind eye to those for generations. So now that they've got some money, maybe they need to look at parts of Teedson and take a look at those areas and consider them blighted. Maybe they need to look at parts of the Harmon Industrial Park and consider those as blighted properties and maybe eminent domain those for the purposes of building affordable housing.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the point that GURA can't be able to develop land and develop different infrastructure or put in infrastructure. That's not my argument. My argument is basically the process of which they obtained the property, or they want to obtain the property. That was, but before you can do that, it's got to be connected to a plan that needs to be approved by the legislature. That process, was surely missed. And again, I wrote to the 80s. I said, look, this was my reading. Is this their same reading, or am I missing something here? And, obviously he came back and said, no, you're absolutely right. This is not, the process of which they were taking to be able to obtain the land was not done in conformance to the law. It's the law. It's not conjecture. It's not opinion. It's not something that I'm going to stand against this. No, follow the law.
What's next? Daryl, what's gonna be next? I mean, there is the hand grenade that is in the veto override of Bill 185, or to the degree that this is still an active topic. In January 7th, we'll see what the 38th Guam legislature can do, or does there need to be somebody pushing a legal button that starts the process over at the court on a stoppage?
Well, I hope that it doesn't have to go. It doesn't have to take that legal action. I hope that the minds that can see that say, look, yeah, we forgot to do this process, so therefore we need to stop this. And then go back and let's go to the table now. Not go back to the table. Let's go to the table, and let's finally have these discussions that the community has been asking us to have.
Well, the debate's over, Frank. If you were walking with me and Simon Sanchez, you would have heard her say that very clearly.
Sure, but I'm so sorry, Ray, but it isn't over because it hasn't even begun. And I'm sorry, but when you break the law and you want to continue, everything else after you break the law is against the law. And how are we going to fund this? How are we going to do a lot of this stuff that's necessary? So, we shouldn't have gotten to this point to begin with. Had you crossed your T's and dotted your I's, what was the fear in putting together the plan and bringing it in front of the legislature? What was the fear of following the law?
Yeah.
The question is very simple. What's the fear of following the law? Again, Ray, it's got nothing to do with trying to stymie a plan to be able to build a hospital. We all need to know we need to do the hospital. It's just your efforts and how you wanted to get the land so that you can build the hospital that you want in the place that you want it. And, I'm sorry, you broke the law.
Frank, there's another side of the conversation. I brought it up very, very briefly with Attorney General Doug Moylan. It's only an opinion, but it's the opinion of the Attorney General. But at any rate, there's a conversation now taking place. Some of the land that surrounds those properties, that one that's already been absorbed and the other ones that are the targets of the eminent domain, there are lands that are surrounding that are designated opportunity zones. Now, this is old bipartisan legislation out of Congress from the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, that identifies areas that can be designated as an opportunity zone, and investors in that opportunity zone, after I think 10 years of staying in the game, can sell it without having to pay any capital gains whatsoever. And so there's a lot of people that are thinking, all right, this might be a good gamble, might be a good opportunity to do some investing. And part and parcel of these opportunity zones are the creation of these opportunity zone funds, and then the opportunity zone fund managers. And I'm wondering if there might be something to that conversation. And everybody always says follow the money, and I'm wondering if there's something in that conversation with opportunity zones that might lead to a source of the urgency to be able to get these lands in as quick as possible, then take that $100 million that we got sitting in the bank and make that part of some kind of opportunity zone fund. It just seems like plenty of opportunity, if you will, for shenanigans. Are you hearing any of that in some of the whispers?
Well, first off, Ray, we've all seen the aerial photographs of the property, okay? And where it's at, where it's situated, and all that other stuff, okay? I understand with regards to economic opportunity zones. I was the one that, helped to the administrations. Hey, guys, there's this program. Can we take a look at it, and how can we make it work?
Yeah.
But, going back to utilizing this and using it as a plan, Ray, it comes back to, okay, if that's your plan, where is the plan? Because there's going to be a whole lot of money, taxpayer money, that's going to need to be spent. Whether or not now you then open it up for investment and otherwise, and for tax breaks, you still got to have a plan, and it's still got to be approved. We still got to figure out what's going on. Okay, because you're talking about people's money.
Yeah, well, notwithstanding that, Simon Sanchez a couple of weeks ago was pretty passionate about the opportunities for landowners up there, potential businesses that could be brought in as a result of this complex being up there, infrastructure improvement for the residents, and to which I say, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe you ought to tell the legislature about that. If those are among the benefits, maybe that needs to have been the first thing that we started with in the conversation about a plan, not something that's hidden, that people have got to, throw darts at a dartboard to see which one is the correct one.
Absolutely.
It's like whack-a-mole. What is this?
You hit it off point. Again, we're not going to stand in the way of wanting to be able to develop, things that can, for economic development and stuff. However, the law is pretty clear. And you know what? This legislature didn't create that law. This law has been in the books for quite some time. And this law and in my reading, it's very clear as to what your processes are. It doesn't say you can't do it. It doesn't say that you can't do it for these purposes. But it says in order to be able to do this, these are the steps that you need to take. Ray, again, I don't want to muddy this conversation about, I'm trying to stop a hospital, or I'm trying to stop development from occurring in that area. There's a process that needs to get done. And do it in that way. Now, what you want to build, that's going to be a different conversation. That's going to be a different discussion. But what you managed to do is you wanted to put the acquisition of this land through eminent domain, which says that you got to go through the initial process, the planning process first, the discussion and the approval process first. When you decide you want to go ahead and forego that, or skip that, or neglect it, because you have the ultimate and almighty power to do it, that's not what the law states.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and other parts of the law identified GITA as perhaps the appropriate response agency to move forward. That's all highlighted in the Attorney General's opinion. A couple of other opinions that I'm going to be looking for here this morning. Rams or 49ers?
Oh, boy. As long as my Steelers are still in the top, then I'll worry about those guys in the Super Bowl.
Well, I'm not sure if the Rams or the Niners have got a clear path to the Super Bowl. It's starting to look like Kamala not winning the election for president. There does not seem to be a path for either one of those teams, but it might make for an interesting game to watch. 11:15 at VFW. You guys got session today?
Yeah, we go back in session at 2.
All right. And finally, one of the other pieces of news, and this would have been something that I think you would have acted more urgently on if you were still over at places like Homeland Security and Civil Defense. We've got to do something about stemming the tide of Chinese spies that are riding boats from Saipan down to Haputo Beach.
There's a process that's within that structure. It's called the Marianas Fusion Center, and that's another discussion that we're going to be having, is because we're not utilizing that the way it was it was supposed to have been utilized. And if we did utilize it, we would have better intelligence and better collaboration and cooperation amongst our agencies to be able to stem that flow, whether it be here on Guam or in cooperation with the CNMI. Okay? And all the entities involved, between here and there. And so, when you've got this happening, then you got to look at, okay, there were these structures, there were these things that were put in place so that we can help to investigate it, or at least gather information on it, and then help to disseminate the information so that we can help to stem it, or eliminate the threat. But it's not happening.
Well, how about something even simpler? I mean, between the Navy and the Air Force, do they not have like a radar or something that they can, like a satellite that they can look at and say, hey, there's a boat that just left the CNMI, stopped in Tinian for a little bit, stopped in Rota, and it looks like it's making its way to Guam?
Well, there are, it's a thing called posse comitatus and utilization of assets meant for basically defense, outward defense, as opposed to homeland security. Okay, or homeland defense. There's homeland security, there's homeland defense, there's Department of Defense. There are so many layers and so many actors in these layers with the responsibilities that if you ask the Navy and the Air Force to direct its efforts, instead of looking for submarines and carriers, now to look for small fishing vessels and dinghy boats, okay, you got to be very, very careful as to how you're diverting it and for what purpose.
Well, I suppose in normal times that would be all right, but I don't know. You watch the world events; these don't feel like normal times that you and I have lived through in our lifetimes. 8:30 in the morning. Listen, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to kiss to Tilly. I'll see you soon.
Esteban.
That's 888-8255, 888-TALK. And maybe to finish up that conversation, Senator Chris Barnett has sent out a press release, calls for transparency, urges governor to be honest with the people of Guam following the AG's opinion on GURA violations. Kind of a wordy headline, but it's just as wordy in the body of the press release. Senator Chris Barnett has commended Attorney General Douglas Moreland for his legal opinion, which found that the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority violated the Guam Open Government Law. The violation arose from GURA's failure to provide sufficient details about two major loans, one for $10 million and the other for $2.5, intended for the construction of a new hospital. The GURA board's briefing lacked key information such as the repayment terms, interest rate, public notice, and other financial obligations. AG Moreland stated that this lack of transparency makes GURA's actions void and voidable. The opinion requested by Senator Barnett emphasizes the need for transparency, public accountability, and the obligation of government agencies to inform the public about significant financial decisions. More so, this legal opinion is a victory for the people of Guam who deserve transparency and honesty in how their government handles both taxpayer funds and federal dollars. AG Moreland's legal opinion is clear. GURA failed to disclose critical details about the terms of these loans. The public had every right to know the interest rate, repayment terms, fees, collateral involved in these major financial commitments. Instead, GURA's actions kept the public in the dark, which is a clear violation of the open government law. I didn't realize this was a two-pager before I started reading it. Who's on the phone?
Congressman Jimmy Craig.
Congressman.
He said we should build the hospital in Washington.
Good point. Well, let me bring him in real quick before we jump into what should be the 8:30 news. Need to get it done real quick. Is Mary Rhodes outside yet?
Let me check.
All right, might be on the way. Buenas and Day, Senator Jimmy Craig Moreland.
Day, Ray. Thanks for letting me on there. Just a really quick note, let you know everything all went well with the passage of the House and the Senate version of the NDAA just late last night there.
Oh, great news.
It came all together. Yeah, it came all together, and what it totals up is we got $2.8 billion authorized for FY25, and then we have additional $2 billion for future projects as well. So that first $2 billion is going to be used for, we got over $100 million for the access roads. We got $181 million for the Guam Missile Defense, and now it's authorized up to over $600 million actually, and then additional $600 million for the glass breakwater. And
needs repairs after Marwar.
Yes, one storm away from total collapse there. And then for our future projects, we have another $2 billion there, so it totals up to $4 billion coming on in for some good contracts on Guam, some more good jobs, some more additional taxes to be collected by the government of Guam to spend on good things for the people of Guam. And it's looking really good. We're going to continue to fight to further extend our HTB workers because, we can't build this enough housing. We just need our additional workers to come on board. And speaking of housing, we also have for the future projects, $488 million for military housing for all these families that are coming on board. And that's important that they build it inside, so at least we reduce the demand on the outside. But yet we still be able to build some more so we can kind of catch up with this whole situation. We're going to work closely with the additional H2B workers that we're bringing on board and extending that process for another 5 years to give us a 10-year span, which is desperately needed and has to get done. So I'm very happy to work with my colleagues and the delegations that we had come out here, like the transportation chairman, who was instrumental in getting us the repairs for the breakwaters, too. So we're going to be bringing out more delegates to Guam, more staff delegates also to Guam, and making Guam number one in the eyes of our nation especially.
Tulsi Gabbard, I don't care about anybody else. I'm just, I need you to earn another opportunity to highlight, make sure that I'm a big part of your life. You were traveling with Tulsi Gabbard, came to Guam, hung out at a party I wasn't invited to, and by the time I was able to horse collar you, she was already gone. So I want some advance notice on it this time, if that's all right. One other note, while you're yakking about this, I did note that there was a little bit of a cause for a pause and a little bit of a holdup on the Senate side. Was it the Senate side or the House? I guess it was somebody that didn't realize the woke wars were over and we didn't have to see to gender care for minor dependents of military families. How did they finally resolve that?
They as long as the voice was heard, it was finally negotiated away. So that was okay. We were able to handle that outside without making a big dent.
Yeah.
So,
Nebraska Republican Don Bacon told CNN citizens don't want their tax dollars to go to this, and underage people often regret these surgeries later in life. It's a bad hill to die on for the Democrats, and another signal that perhaps the culture wars are beginning to wane, and we can move forward with actual common sense ideas about creating a massive war-fighting, war-winning force for the United States of America without all of the social manipulations that seem to have been part of the magic in Washington, D.C. and the entire Pentagon over the last decade or so. 8:37 in the morning, and of course you got word from our guys here that our customs guys that we snagged another, 4 or 5 Chinese spies that are coming in, and let's see if we can direct some fire on that. I consider these unusual times, and I think more needs to be done to protect the borders around Guam. As wet as they are, I think there still needs to be something that feels like ongoing patrols to make sure that nobody is sneaking in.
Yeah, we'll get some additional funding for Guam Customs as well, and I'll be talking to the Coast Guard too to see what we can really do so we can help Guam Customs help better patrol our borders too. So I'll be meeting with them. Hopefully when the new year starts, so I can have that discussion here in D.C.
I would also talk with the guys that shut up and fish.
Yeah,
I would, and it sounds one of those like, oh my God, Ray's so frivolous. But seriously, there's a ton of actual boaters that, from Guam, guys that go out there fishing all the time. And I wonder how many times they see a boat that's loaded with people, doesn't look like it's, some kind of booze or booby cruise or something like that. Just a bunch of people hanging out in a boat that looks like it had just come through the channel up in Rhoda. And I'm sure that there's fishermen going, wonder what's that all about? That's what that's all about. Is maybe there ought to be able to have some kind of a connection, or maybe even reward programs. Look, tell you what, you help us catch these Chinese spies leaking into Guam, and we'll buy your next boat full of gas.
Yeah, citizen patrol, right?
Just a little incentive. Senator, you have a fantastic weekend, and see you home in time for Christmas.
You bet.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Studio time, 6:30, 8:38. Oh, my God, 8:38 in the morning. I did, Senator, Congressman.
Okay.
Jimmy boy. I'm allowed to do that. We were actual boys together.
He didn't hear it, man. I heard it.
When he was at DepCorps, I was one of the clients.
That's true.
It is. Tell you what, our last big look at news and headlines is coming up next.
Guam Regional Medical City presents The Aging Spine, Understanding Changes and Finding Relief. Join us Saturday, December 14th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Enjoy free health screening for vitals. Meet experts from GRMC's neurology, radiology, rehab, and patient education. And connect with Philippine Airlines. Plus, enter our raffle drawing for exciting prizes. Special thanks to Extant, Sentinel Spine, and Central Coast Neurology Surgery. This event is free and open to the public. Don't miss it. See you there.
I'm Shanzi from Star 101. Join me and the Islands car community at Proline Automotive this Sunday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Donate a new and unwrapped toy to make a child smile this holiday season. We'll also be doing raffles to benefit Guam's foster children. See you Sunday at Proline Automotive.
It's here. A fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Keep Guam clean. That's the mission. We'll talk about that, Mary Rhodes, in a little bit. Don Farrell, I think, is going to be charging by the radio station. We'll hang out, kill an hour, talking about very, very cool things, sometimes trivial things, sometimes things that are well-known, sometimes myths that need to get busted. I don't know which venue we're going to be going down. You'll have to wait and see until to find out for sure. In the meantime, 40 minutes after the hour, 8:40 in the morning, in time for the 8:30-ish news, AG Doug Moylan claims Gura broke the law by condemning land for a new hospital and accepting $12.5 million in federal loans without proper notice. But Governor Lilian Guerrero's office disputes this, saying Gura followed Guam law and provided required public notices. Adelup accuses Moylan of flawed analysis aimed at blocking the projects. And then there's a story about this place. A pop-up food stand in San Diego called In Grain serves Chamorro and Filipino barbecue dishes. Founded by Guam natives Tristan Jose and Isaiah Tidinko, the stand focuses on charcoal grilling. Menu items like pork ribs and barbecue skewers rotate weekly. Jose says the response has been incredible, saying, "We come from Guam. We take pride in what we do." You can find him on Instagram at eat.ingrain, INGRAIN. And love to see these guys using Chamorro food and barbecue as a hustle at a food stand in San Diego. That's point number one. Point number two is I'm so sorry that locals have to leave Guam to be able to pursue business opportunities. They should be able to do that work here at all kinds of places, including Thursday night, food truck night, Chamorro Village, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally this, the Bureau of Primary Care Services at the Northern and Southern Regional Healthcare Centers will close from noon until 5 Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, quote, staff training. The center will also be closed on Christmas and New Year's Day. People with urgent health needs are encouraged to visit their nearest urgent care facility, FYI. Maybe that's a hospital, GRMC, or wherever. And that is the 8:30-ish news on 93.3. This is The Point.
It's not just fast, it's fiber fast. Save as much as $1,000 with a Beam Plus internet bundle at IT&E. Enjoy fiber class speeds at home and infinite data on your phone. Plus, bring home up to $200 in Amazon gift certificates and a free Amazon Fire Stick. Installation is free. Visit ITE.net or any IT&E store today to upgrade to the next generation of faster internet. IT&E, connections that matter.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
Before Simba, there was Mufasa. Discover his legacy, his struggles, and the bond that defines a kingdom in the new film, Mufasa.
The circle is broken. There will be one Lion King.
Mufasa, run!
Listen to Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point for a chance to win free movie passes. Watch with us at Regal Cinemas on December 20th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. for some amazing giveaways. Thank you to our sponsors, Little Wang's Pet Life and the UOG Endowment Foundation. Special thanks to Proline Automotive.
I got it. 888-8255. Christina B. Matt Galendez. There's DP. Brother Ted Nelson on the line here on the YouTube side. Christopher Wood, Real Joe, is online.
Morningwood.
Everywhere. Tropic Shade hanging out. Saying Hopper Brown, Steve Amagwin, Bad Boys 671, Barbecue, everybody getting ready for an incredible weekend. And I got to say how lucky I am that we've got the AG, we got Frank Blas Jr., Chris Barnett, others making noise here and wondering, I think all of us are, what the next step is. Is this going to be one of those where the governor's office and all of the planners there say, you know what, maybe Frank and Chris and the Attorney General have got a point. Maybe the Attorney General, Chris, maybe they're right. Maybe we need to come down and finally show all of the cards, put them all on the table, and say this is why we believe that Mangilao is the spot. And these are all of the plans that we have. This is the idea about the opportunity zones, et cetera. And so go. What do you guys think? Or are they going to say, screw you guys? We got more lawyers than you. Our lawyers can beat up your lawyers. We'll see you in court. What's going to happen? Dr. Vince Akimoto's been around the block a couple of times. What do you think's going to happen?
What I'm really hoping is, remember back in the day when they had Hop Day 1, 2, and 3, and then I think there was a 4, but they used to have to compete for people to come in, and so they'd start doing double features. Yeah. And I remember one time when Bruce Lee came out with, I think it was Enter the Dragon, they had Five Fingers of Death as the double feature, and you just had to go berserkers on that because, I mean, for one ticket, you could get to watch 2 movies. Or if
It was great growing up on Guam and watching all of the cool movies and double features. You're absolutely right. I mean, that was the thing. You could it was a great date night on a Friday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You pick up your best girl, take them over to the cinema theaters, and it was what movies are playing tonight. You'd get 2 of them in the mix and an intermission. And you, like I said, you start 5:45 or 5:30 movie, and nobody was going home until about midnight after it was all said and done. That was a great date night back in those days. So you think maybe the governor is going to distract everybody by bringing back double feature movies?
Well, I see, and you see what you did. This just proves that you're an adult now, because in the old days you would have gotten distracted and forgotten what the original intent of that metaphor was. But look at you. I said squirrel. You looked the other way, but then you came back and said, "I'm paying attention."
A little bit, yeah.
So the big deal here is the double feature is at DOC. In fact, the person you haven't talked to today is Fred Berdalio, and I think he's in trouble. There's a lawsuit being filed against him, and it looks like a class action lawsuit for his failure to maintain healthy conditions for pre-trial detainees. And it looks like this is a doozy because this is maybe Lola Cola for a criminal.
Oh, no. Not Lola Cola. Not Lola Cola. I've been reading that on the memes and whatever's on Facebook side. There are some people that are saying, look, the Mangilao Hospital is a non-starter, but perhaps that land out there, land that they already have through whatever the transaction was with Catalina Camacho's estate, maybe that would be an appropriate place to move the Department of Corrections to. And likewise, I mean, some of the same benefits to the community, like infrastructure improvements, access to power and better water capabilities. Maybe that is the win there, and just move back the idea of the hospital to Guam Memorial, the old site of the Guam Memorial Hospital. And, oh, by the way, in the meantime, let's take that $100 million that's sitting in the bank and give that to the people over at Guam Memorial Hospital and let them finally do whatever needs to be done to rehabilitate the place.
Well, like pay the bills, because I think they're up to $30 million in AR since the last time we checked.
Yeah, that's
so that would be account receivable. But the double feature issue is that while we're being distracted of spending federal funds to build a new GMH, it looks like DOC is going into federal receivership. I mean, the governor had staved off this particular action when she first started about 6 years ago by having a big powwow with DOC.
Yeah, the meeting we weren't allowed to hear about. I remember that. It's hey, listen, 8:48. I'm distracted right now. Mary Rhodes is in the studio, and we need to talk about among the other issues, making sure that we've got a pretty destination, a clean destination. So I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, and send whatever it is that you're sitting on, send it to me in the WhatsApp. 8:49 in the morning. My WhatsApp been blowing off over the last couple of days. Mary Rhodes in the studio. Always a delight to have you in here. And you know, Donna doesn't like to have her face show on the screen. You, on the other hand, should have your face on the screen all the time. So let me move the camera around. Buenos and Day. How you doing?
Day. Good morning.
We didn't have a lot of time to finish up the conversation about the cleanup and everything. Went to the website and saw how many different zones in Tumon that you guys were interested in getting cleaned up.
Yeah, we have full coverage. roadside, beachside.
Cool.
So that'll be tomorrow. If anyone wants to join us, it's Saturday, Matopping Beach, and we will be there from 6 to 8, 8:30.
Yeah, and it should be pretty quick. Although I will say, you know, that depending on just how crazy it's going to be tonight in Tumon, generally I've noticed that things are pretty well policed up. I mean, we need more trash cans down there, and I'm thinking that some of the guys from GVB's maintenance are chopping out a little bit more of the hedge so you can see the trash that's inside the hedges now, and that's got to get picked up as well.
Yeah, most people don't realize that years ago, several years ago, when Joanne and it was actually with Jerry.
Yeah.
That was the last time we actually had bins out on the road with trash cans right on the beach, even on the roadside. We had receptacles for recycling, regular trash, and those. That's when we had the LMS contract, right? So that's when those concrete trash cans were on the beach. And so over the years, though, they've been broken by the typhoons. And then also DPW has since removed those trash cans. They don't actively encourage people, even DPR, they don't have trash bins at the park. So I don't know if you remember this, but they made a choice years ago in a different administration to remove that.
Lousy choice.
Remove that from the park because a lot of people were illegally dumping their household goods.
You got to pick up more stuff. You got to pick it up more often. That's
the reason,
twice a day instead of once a day.
I just wanted to tell you that's the main reason why you don't see trash bins out on the roads as well as at the parks. And so that's why there's a littering fee. You're supposed to take your trash with you when you rent a pavilion at DPR.
People need to spread the word that that's what's supposed to be happening. But unfortunately, we're surrounded by litter bugs. And so tomorrow, 6 o'clock, Matopping, anybody can show up. A lot of the GHR members are going to be there anyway.
Yes, it's a partnership with the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association and the Japan Guam Travel Association.
Okay.
We've been doing this for 30 years.
I'm going to do my best to wake up early tomorrow and get my gloves and my hot pants shorts and go and help out one way or the other. I've been trying to do my best during my walks, but that's not the only.
I've seen you doing your walks.
Yeah.
Down in Tumon.
And so every day there is something that needs to get picked up and put in a trash can. And so I try to be as visible as possible when I do that. Not that I think I'm some great influencer, but I think if people see somebody bending over and picking up trash, maybe they will be more willing to do it themselves. We'll see.
And it's not just trash. I continually send pictures to GBB because they have a committee, destination management committee, where they immediately notify DPW or DPR or even Power or Waterworks if there's a leak, a fire hydrant going off, if there's anything in disarray within these areas that they manage. We need to notify GVB so that they can act on it right away.
Abandoned vehicles and homeless. Take pictures, send them in. Even if you send them in to me, I will send them into the appropriate people because they're not supposed to be camping out in the bus shelters.
Correct. Same here. I send it right away to GVB, and it's anonymous. I don't share who it comes from. So I share it to GVB right away. Yeah,
you get all that stuff in there. A couple of other things that are going to be happening with GHRA between now and the end of the year.
Yes. So speaking of GVB, we've invited GVB, we meaning GHRA, together with GTTA, the Guam Travel Tourism Association. We have invited GVB to present the GVB recovery plan, which is a hybrid plan. But they've been talking about it at the board meeting. They have a task force, right, a steering committee for that. And they've been sharing it with the media regularly, but we would like for them to come in, present it, but also how they're going to execute it. And I know that they also have to go after a bond, a $60 million bond. And so we've also invited Gita to be there with Mel Mandela and to offer programs and services that can help the businesses in the meantime while they're waiting for this hot bond to come out, right? But we need to allow some time for the bond to go out to market and to get funded. We've also invited the senators.
There's work that can be done on that now. It seems to me, even in the last days of the 37th Guam legislature, there ought to be work to be able to do now so that there can be some kind of a tax abatement for businesses, in legitimate businesses in the hospitality industry, to rehabilitate, reprogram, spruce up, and maybe not have to pay the taxes on that. now.
Yeah, we need a multi-pronged approach. We need everybody to come together and to come in. And what is the legislature going to do for the industry? But one thing I would like to see the legislature commit to, the new one coming in, is to not touch that bond. A lot of times I've seen twice over 18 years I've been there, when we've gone after the bond money, is it gets diluted because so many projects are built in with this bond fund.
Yes.
So it would be great that we secure the funds.
We have to think broadly there, Mary. You know, not everything has to be done in Tumon, and not everything has to be...
No, it's not just Tumon. It's throughout the island, right?
I know.
So we need to make sure that we protect the efforts of this, because GBB has to execute. They have to have this plan, but more importantly, execute it. And that's the reason for Monday, is that we've asked GBB and Gita to be there. We've invited, the senators. Of course, the governor's going to give welcoming remarks. And so we invite everybody to come out. Tickets are still for sale. It's $50. It includes lunch. That's Monday, December 16th, 10 a.m. at Decent Beach Resort. It is called... It's our second installment, actually, of the Tourism Forum. Tourism Forum, we first had it a couple of years ago, right after the pandemic, and GHRA and GTTA hosted this to really outline the different challenges we have in the community.
What's the name of the website where Mark put the document?
The recovery update?
Yeah.
Yep. I have to look at my phone for you.
I'll send it to you,
but it's the Guam Recovery Update.
Something.
Yeah. So the plan is out there. We've been sharing it with our membership, but really more importantly, it's the GBB, right? We have to look at what GBB has accepted as their plan and what they've got the board to bless. I believe there's a continuance later today for the GBB board. But it's what they've been committed to, and more importantly, again, what they execute. We are looking beyond the horizon of what they can do, not just for 2025, but really in the next 3 to 5 years, because that bond is going to last us through the next at least 10 years.
$36 million up front, and so we'll see what we can accomplish with that kind of seed money going forward. And then finally, Tuesday night, Capital Kitchen, Chef Casey cooking up everything.
Yeah, and I'd like to invite you and Joey, Joe Cruz, together with you, and come join us. We are celebrating the holidays. Obviously, there's so much. This is the first year GHRA reinstated all of our programs, together with all of our partners with JGTA, GBB, GTTA. So we've reinstated Hero, Golden Laddie Awards, all of our basketball, softball. We've really reinstated a lot of things we haven't seen in 5 years. And so we wanted to have this GHRA social on Tuesday at Capital Kitchen, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. as a holiday get together. Invite you guys as our guests.
Keeps you out of Tumon.
We want to support our restaurateurs.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's going to show up there. We had a couple of things going at Capital Kitchen recently, and it's turning into such a great place. Exactly the right size. You don't have to worry about multiple gala rooms.
Well, we are in the private dining room, the smaller side, but it has shared space with the outdoors, so it's a great venue for this. And we invite you guys to come out. It's Tuesday, December 17th, from 6 to 9 at Capital Kitchen.
Okay, 8:57 and change. Let's get into rumor mode. I heard that you were among the names nominated to be the replacement for former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Well, my name's been shared even when Uncle Carl and Jerry were doing the interim 30 days. Remember when they were...
it was a temporary gig,
When it was a temporary gig for 90 days. But remember, I was here, actually, did an interview, and you were calling me all the time around the pandemic era. And so my name was looked at during the selection committee at that time. But, with it being an interim, you just never knew. And look what happened, right? So,
everybody stayed.
I've been at GHRA a very long time. I love what I do, and I've been committed to the industry for at least 18 years. I think it's important that GBB look at its current state, but also look at really what they need going forward. And I definitely would hope that whatever decisions that they make, they look to add new programs and new types of structure and new formats and new media, right? We need a really strong multimedia approach, really, and modernize GBB to what they've been doing. And they've been doing a great job, but obviously this plan requires a lot of changes.
Well, I mean, among the things in this plan is, I want to say, a higher altitude marketing company that will do more of a global 360-degree view for Guam on what the opportunities are.
We need to be international, yes.
And how to exploit those opportunities and what language to use when we do it. I think that's been some of the interesting conversation that they've all been having. Of course, for me, and I think for a lot of people, it comes down to destination management. There's still so much that needs to be done here by way of rehabilitation, sprucing up, cleaning up, water blasting, painting where we can, getting rid of the junk cars. And it's not just a two-month thing, as you point out. Our destination is all of Guam, from one base entrance to the other base entrance, and hell, even on the base. They've got to do their best to make everything look good.
Exactly, and I think that is the key. So whoever leads it needs to have that international 36 that 30,000 view, like you said, but it needs to have a strong local roots, whether if they're from off island or on island, whoever is going to be that management team, obviously you need to have a strong local tie to the community. But it's not just a GVB responsibility; it's everybody's responsibility.
Government-wide. And that was a point that I was making when it felt like there were all these knives out for Carl Gutierrez. I said, listen, to many of the things that and you've read the report, you've read the paperwork. There's a lot of things in there that GVB was already doing, things that we would already like to see. But there's so much more that needs to be done by the police department, so much that needs to be done by Public Works, so much that needs to be done by all kinds of departments and agencies.
So the person needs to be able to
in that
bring everybody to the table and hold them accountable.
If not you, then do you know anybody?
So, we'll see. But whoever that is needs to be able to bring everybody to the table, hold them accountable, but more importantly, be able to communicate and inspect what they expect out of each of those agencies. Because it hasn't been treated that way in a long time, where all those agencies come to the table. I mean, look, for example, between GVB, Airport Authority, even Public Health during the pandemic, and GITA, right? A lot of them are these large agencies who have all interacted with GVB at some point during the last 5 years. But look at all the programs, right? It's very dissected.
Right, but that was among the things, one of the reasons why they wanted Carl Gutierrez there in the first place, because they figured he was going to be the rebuild czar to be able to hold the hands of all the different departments and agencies. And then I think there were people that got jealous of the attention and said, no, give me my remit back. Anyway, not a whole lot of time there. It's after 9 o'clock already. For tomorrow's event and Monday's event and Tuesday's events, where can people go to get all the details and pay you monies if they need to pay for anything?
GHRA.org. We have everything on our website. We have an online payment program. The beach cleanup, by the way, tomorrow is free, 6 to 9 p.m. or a.m. at Matomping Beach. That is a free event. We encourage everybody to come out. We have now almost 300 people signed up.
Oh, excellent.
With regards to the beach cleanup, but they're in different zones, so you won't see them all at Matomping Beach, but we certainly have different companies all signed up and individuals. For Monday, December 16th, we'll even take payment at the door.
Cool.
We take cash, check, credit card. GHRA will be there to receive payment for Tourism Forum Monday, 10 a.m. at Dusit Beach Resort, and then same with Capital Kitchen. We have take check, cash, credit card, online payment. We have all of the options.
Gotcha. Well, you filled out my dance card for the week.
Thank you.
I'm sure I'm going to see you in more than one or two places. Mary Rhodes from GHRA. A couple of minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll join Fox News in Progress.
And leave a rating and review.
North Korean nationals indicted in a scheme where they use false identities to work for American companies.
The FBI says 14 North Koreans were caught funneling the money they made as remote IT workers in the U.S. to the North Korean government. The scheme generated over $88 million and went to develop ballistic missiles and other weapons on behalf of Pyongyang. The FBI says those workers also stole sensitive information from companies. Most of those accused are believed to be in North Korea, so bringing them to justice will be difficult. The Bureau warns if your company has hired fully remote IT workers, you may have hired or at least interviewed a North Korean national working on behalf of the North Korean government. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A committee at the FDA says there's not enough evidence about health risks to ban ultra-processed foods.
Part of it was that the Dietary Advisory Committee found that the definition of ultra-processed foods to be inconsistent between studies. The authors wrote that their current conclusion, or lack thereof really, was, quote, based on evidence graded as limited, but might change if a more rigorous definition of ultra-processed foods is developed and further studies are conducted. Now, of course, most people understand ultra-processed to mean packed with preservatives, emulsifiers, artificial colors, and sweeteners. The report's guidance is meant to shape messaging and federal spending on things like food assistance and school lunches, but actual policy decisions will come down to the incoming administration.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff, President-elect Trump's pick for Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been vocal about taking on the food industry. Nearly half of American teenagers say they're online constantly, despite concerns from adults about the effect of social media and smartphones on their mental health. That's according to a new report from the Pew Research Center. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301.
Guam Regional Medical City presents The Aging Spine, Understanding Changes and Finding Relief. Join us Saturday, December 14th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Enjoy free health screening for vitals. Meet experts from GRMC's neurology, radiology, rehab, and patient education. And connect with Philippine Airlines. Plus, enter our raffle drawing for exciting prizes. Special thanks to Extent, Sentinel Spine, and Central Coast Neurology Surgery. This event is free and open to the public. Don't miss it. See you there.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
In the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore, and absolutely blessed because several times this year I've had an opportunity to meet up with and a couple of times interview my favorite historian, my favorite writer. His name is Don Farrell, and he's in the studio right now. And yet again, I find myself having to adjust the camera so that we can see the. I'm wondering, in what's the book here, Lord of the Rings. Gandalf, right?
And yes, Gandalf.
He's our Gandalf. Have you ever read The Lord of the Rings?
Oh, hell. Yes. Of course I did.
Move them. Let's see if we can get the microphone closer to the mouth. There we go. You have read it.
Every now and then I do get to read for fun.
Yes.
And those kind of stories are so well written, right, that they're easy to read and just plain fun. And the imagination that goes into it, the people who create those scripts, to create the images and everything that goes with it are just amazing people.
Well, and you want to talk about risk takers. I spent a summer in Middle Earth, which is how I described the time. I was 18, 19, and I was at the time just learning radio. I was doing weekends and overnights at KUAM, and I'd get home, and believe it or not, even after working the overnight shift, I was still too tired to go to sleep, if that makes any sense. So I'd pick up. Somebody gave my mother a set of the books, Lord of the Rings, and she wasn't going to read it, so she gave it to me, and so I got started with The Hobbit, where everybody starts in the journey. And by the time the summer was over, I'd made it through all three of the books, all four of the books in the trilogy, if that makes sense, and just really enjoyed it. But everybody's got their own picture of what Middle Earth looks like. Everybody got their own idea of what a Hobbit looks like, or an orc, and all of the different characters, even the Eye of Sauron, and so when these guys in Hollywood have attempted over the years to make movies and shows out of it, if it doesn't line up with what most people think all of that stuff is supposed to look like, they generally get panned, as you know. Anyway, so Don's in the studio, and the conversation here is about a new book, and I'm interested in it because there's some new stuff in there, and of all of the books that you've managed to write over all of these years, I think this one is the one where maybe you can fill in a couple of gaps. While you're telling the big picture, some of the interesting places where you filled in some space in that big picture are being taken up by somewhat new topics, are they not?
Yes. And the story is so huge, there's no way to tell the whole story at one time, right? So what I've attempted to do over the years is to tell the story that I have the most current information on, information that would be new to the readers on Guam and the Northern Marianas and outside of the CNMI and the Mariana Islands. And there's just a tremendous amount of knowledge out there that has not been expressed in writing. And I'm very fortunate, of course, here on Guam to have some advisors who have lived through, or their parents lived through, and were willing to come forward and donate pictures and stories and things like that. And it just helps bring it to life for the people who live here.
Well, you gave the Underwoods and the Gibsons and the Silvas, an opportunity to send in and fill in some gaps on the life and times of my great-grandfather, James Holland Underwood. He was one of the first bunches of Marines that came to Guam, was sitting on a coal ship called the Brutus offshore on New Year's Eve, and on New Year's Day, everybody kind of moved into, they were sent to Guam, and a bunch of guys stayed. And my great-grandfather found the prettiest girl and married her, and then lived a really adventurous life out here as a Pacific hand until he
have to have been in that day and age.
Well, I mean, the only postmaster that's ever been taken prisoner, and all of that is documented. And then pictures of my great-grandfather in Kobe, Japan, as a prisoner of war. And we were digging out pictures, and I thought, I see, Uncle Robert's got a copy of that picture. And he says, no, I don't. Yeah. And I sent him a copy. He says, I've never seen this picture before in my life. And so it was a great opportunity for, among the Underwoods, Berdalios, Gibsons, Martinez's, to be able to share some information, and many of the information has been published. And it's not just about my family. I see where you've been working with some other people to try to fill in some of those gaps. Here's some pictures. Can you identify anybody here?
Right. And that's what, to me, makes it most fun, right? Because I know that once these photographs are published and people pick it up from a bookstore or something and take it home, they're going to show their grandmother or their grandfather, right, the photograph and say, do you recognize this photograph?
Anybody in here that
you know? Is this our family? And that's going to lead to dialogues, not just the names of the family and the faces of the members of the family, but what was happening at that time. What was life like on Guam in 1910?
I can't. It must be what it's like to live after a typhoon now. What are your immediate needs? What are we going to eat? They didn't have Payless back then, and they didn't have freezer sections back then. What are you going to do with the food that you don't eat today? Where are you getting your clean water, your potable water? What are you doing for that? Where are you getting a cold beer?
All of Wow. That would have been a very serious one, Ray.
As I said, it was a bunch of Marines that came out here. The legend that I have heard is among the first things that they did was try to figure out how you could make something that had some kick in it from all of the coconuts that were laying around.
Oh, they were immediately introduced to Aggie, right, by the locals.
Gotta be.
You know, because they made tuba, and they made Aggie for the Spanish officers, aguardiente.
Aguardiente, yeah. It's a distilled product.
Yes, it's just distilled tuba, right? Well, it turns out to be, if it's done right, it's pretty much pure ethyl alcohol, right?
So, and if it's done wrong, it'll kill you.
Yes, but I have yet to ever read an episode of anything like that happening.
There's a similar thing they have in the Philippines. It's trying to figure out what the distinction is between that and traditional ag as we know it. But I'm told that about every 2 or 3 or 4 years, it's a big Christmas and New Year's drink, and about every 2 or 3 or 4 years, somebody dies from consuming bad versions of it. That was certainly not the Aggie story, but it's a good one. It's a brief history, and it takes, I think, some of the best and most notable parts of the other books that you have written. Yes. And kind of condenses it in one book. Now, I noted in the one that I was looking at earlier, and some of the dummy copies that you'd sent out, that there was a message in there from former Governor Carl T. C. Gutierrez and Jerry Perez. GVB has a role in the publishing of this book.
Absolutely.
What's that story?
Absolutely. No, I've always worked with either GVB here in Guam or the Marianas Visitors Authority on Saipan for all of my publications. Right, because they naturally collect photographs. They have old collections, and that's what I go look for, and they've always been very kind to me. So, yes, we provided a 2-page color spread, right, for GVB to tell the history of GVB and what their goal is and all of that kind of stuff. And in return, they get a few copies of the book to be able to take on their wherever they go on their sales trips and stuff
Taiwan,
like that.
Japan, Korea.
As something to hand out to special people. So, yes, of course, I work very closely with GVB.
Well, that's nice. That's nice. Now, the books are in town. I've got a copy of it. You've got one in front of you. And so these are not the only 2 that you printed, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. No, they are already at Jeff's Pirates Cove.
Thought so.
I made that delivery yesterday. Otherwise, Jeff would have been...
Literally the first batch.
Yes.
The first batch in town. I know a little bit of inside knowledge about this, but you couldn't bring everything out at the same time. So what is it, the first 500 or so?
We got 500 copies. 100 went to GVB, 400 for me. And so I took the first 100 down to Jeff's Pirates Cove. Today I'll be delivering to Bestseller and Facebook store. And I'm waiting for an order from the War in the Pacific Park.
All right. Did anybody do a PDF version that you might be able to get from Amazon.com or any of the big
We have
big boxes?
not done that yet. And frankly speaking, the biggest problem that we've had is trying to get our website onto Amazon. They do not recognize, apparently, our zip code. I mean, our name, right? I'm from the Northern Marianas.
That's right.
So MP is not recognized by a lot of companies. You've probably had this happen yourself. You tried to
we're
order
not in the drop
online.
down list. Yeah.
You go down the list of all the states and you find GU and you keep looking for MP.
Yeah.
And it ain't there.
Yeah.
Right. And so we've had a problem. We are now working with a new group trying to finally get ourselves onto Amazon.
Because there's so much. You've got the incredible books, obviously, in hard copy, but a lot of people are moving to, into more portable things like iPads and Surface computers and laptops. And some people like to read books that way. I'm not one of them. I'm a fan of paper and hardcovers in the back, and I like to be able to, when I'm done reading, put it on my bookshelf. And if I remember something or can't remember something, then I want to go back and get it out and not worry about whether or not it's in the iPad. So it'd be a great thing for everybody else, so that they'd be able to get not just this book, but all the other ones that you've written.
Well, and I've had a long discussion with my son, right, about how we're going to go about this. And I have told him that I have to focus on my writing. All right, I asked him to please begin to take work on the website, all right, to improve our status there. But I've got a bucket list of things that need to be written before I go. And so I told him I'm going to continue to work on my research and writing, and you take care of the company.
There's I don't know why it's in my head, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there a historical coloring book that Don Farrell needs to either oversee or hire on some artists and have them put something together for the kids?
There's one that was created by the American Memorial Park.
Oh,
right, in Saipan. And they actually sent me a copy of it and asked me to comment on that they had not, to make sure they had not made any accidental historical errors. And it was really cute. Right? So I don't know if it's been printed yet or not.
Well, I'm just saying, from the fertile mind of Don Farrell, no, when you make this noise like you're going to be going somewhere soon, you're not that old.
No, I've got time.
Yeah.
Right? But time... as I've learned, and as you are learning, time goes fast.
Yeah, well... Yeah,
all of a sudden, yesterday was last year, and last year was way...
Get it done or don't get it done, the time will still pass in front of you. Is something that I've been...
always accidents that happen.
reading about a whole lot these days. Don Farrell is the in-studio guest and a voice that, if you've lived on Guam for any amount of time, recognizes one of our best storytellers. And I hadn't thought about what yarn I was going to ask him to engage in this morning, but it occurs to me at 20 after the hour on the 13th of December of 2024.
And be careful, Friday
the 13th. Yeah. But I stumbled on an audiobook. I have Audible, and I asked Audible to do a search for Guam in all the books, for among the reasons I wanted to see if there was anything that you'd written that was in there, but they didn't. But what they did have was a bunch of historical reads about Guam, and I happened on one on Operation Forager.
Yes.
And the incredible work done by brave Marines between Saipan and Tinian and finally Guam. And it got me thinking about all of the things that I'd read and seen in your books over all of the years, and some of the quotes from generals and lieutenants and colonels and privates and things like that. Some of the actual wartime stories that were being told, and it got me to thinking: do I have a strong enough sense of the nature of the sacrifice that these young men did in order to recapture these islands?
It's impossible to try to imagine.
Right?
No, it's first of all, they were kids. The vast majority of them should have been in college and playing football and chasing girls.
Yeah.
And instead, they were, and the Marines was all volunteer, right? But you also had the Seabees, right? And the Seabees played a role, a very critical role, hand in hand with the Marines. So Operation Forager required a huge degree of cooperation. And it's one of the points that I've tried to make, that the United States was successful in establishing unity of command. In other words, there would be one man in charge of an area, right? So in our case, it was Admiral Nimitz was in charge of the entire Pacific Ocean area. Now, that put him in command of every military organization in the Pacific.
Okay.
Army, Navy, Coast Guard, the whole 9 yards. So they fell under his planning group, right, at Pearl Harbor, because you had to get the Seabees trained and about where they're going to land and what they're going to do, because they landed with Marines as Marines. The 18th and the 121st Seabees landed on Saipan and Tinian with the 2nd and the 4th Marine Divisions. These Seabees had actually, once they finished Seabee camp, they went to Lejeune and went through Marine Corps basic camp. So when they landed on Saipan and on Tinian, they were not with the Seabees. They were with the Marines, and they wore Marine uniforms.
Well, because they had work to do. As soon as the Marines were able to capture an inch of land, they had work to do to clear it, make trails, landing fields.
And they had to do it with a rifle in hand. And quite often, in both cases, in Saipan and Tinian, they had fight for their lives first before they could fight for somebody else's life, much less try to make a road. So, and then you had to have that coordinated with ships offshore, planes in the sky. So you got Navy coordination, you've got Army Air Force coordination, all focusing on one day's event. Now, to me, in those days and age,
no
with
internet,
with no communications mechanisms
no
that
satellites.
we know of, no satellites, no internets, no cell phones. Right.
Yeah, I think my dad might have been one of the guys that maybe one of the last guys to have to learn semaphore when he was in the Navy.
Yes,
he could still do it when he was an old man, but he told me that was one of the things they had him do. I said, "What about radio and how do you communicate?" He said, "Well, one day at boot camp there was a guy that came up and went through a couple of things with dots and dashes, and a handful of the guys seemed to pick it up pretty quick, and they took those guys to radio school." I said, "What'd you do?" He says, "Photographer's mate." Navy, so he didn't go to the radio school. But some great stories around there, and I don't know. It was a fascination, and there were a lot of moments of a particular pride where it came to Guam, and in fact, just before the first Marines landed on Guam, the speech that was made to them about the high honor that these Marines had to come and liberate the island of Guam.
Now, that will all be in the book that I'm finishing now, right? The new one called The Reconstruction of Guam, 1944 to 1950. And I have gone to the CB archives and copied every photograph they had, right, for this operation out here. And the stories are absolutely amazing.
Oh, harrowing. Ron McNinch, from time to time, and I know this. It's Christmas time. We shouldn't be spending so much time talking about liberation, but as I said, I just finished the book, and it's just so incredible, the story of and all of the medals of honor in the Pacific that were awarded to these young Marines. Many of them found a way
to. Did not come easy.
No, in these cases, they throw themselves on grenades to save the rest of their guys. Absolutely the craziest and interesting stories. But then there's the other moment of pride where after they decided all of the organized resistance is done on Guam, okay, Mr. Nimitz, you can come over and hang out over here now. And he came over, moved the headquarters to Guam.
Yes, he did. Well, he made that decision actually right at the end of the battle for Guam. And then he was taken up to Fonte Plateau, right, to see the site of this terrific battle that the 3rd Marine Division had.
One of a couple in that
Assam
area.
Beach, and then up that cliff line.
Can't imagine.
With no cover, and it was just, it took 5 days. And so he went up there and they showed him the site, and he said, "This is where I want my office."
Yeah.
So those photographs are in here, right?
In this book.
Yes, and so there's several things in here that I was able to put together for this book, especially. One of them was the construction of a flag circle and Nimitz residence. There's another one in here, Ray, that really surprised me, and I did not recognize the importance of it previously. But I was given this complete set of photographs from the Sablan Flores family.
Oh, wow.
Of the survival of the people from the Baptist church. And I did not realize there's a whole 2-page spread in here, right, of a significant number of people who belonged to the Baptist church and survived, the occupation and then the battle, of course, and then restarted their church again. And the names, to me, were, I shouldn't say surprising, but it really was, because I didn't realize how strong that Protestant church was on this island.
Correct.
So the neat photographs, and a big thank you to Randy Sablan and his family, and of course to Dr. Underwood for helping identify some of the faces in the photographs.
Rather tricky with some of the pictures. I could pick out all of the Underwood girls. That was and the Underwood guys. But some of the rest of the people was having a hard time with one other piece of trivia. And I was talking about this with a caller the other day about I did not realize there was one Super Marine, Chesty Puller. And I did not know that Chesty Puller's brother was killed on Guam in the Battle of Erode.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No,
What?
Where did you get that?
I was in that book on tape I was listening to. He was out in the battle at a roadie and took a hit from a sniper or something like that.
Oh.
And when the narrator says puller, I said, I only know one puller. Yeah. And it would be Chesty. And I didn't know a whole lot about that until just that moment. Yeah. They also make reference, and it's the things that we get that we've only, some of us have just only heard about. It was maybe 20, 25 years ago that we learned about the beheading of those young men up around Jigo, and it was one of the atrocities.
I did include a photograph in there. I always hesitate when I use a photograph like that because they are so horrific. Yeah. But to bring the point home, right, you have to use at least one, right, so people can say, okay, this wasn't made up.
This actually happened. Yeah. 9:29 in the morning. When we return, I'm going to flip things over with you, if you don't mind. Sure. Now that we've spent a lot of time talking about what we're going to talk about on Liberation Day next year, when you come back. But it's December of 2024, and let's think about what December of 1941 was like. I don't know if you've got the flip chart in your head, but could you give me an idea of what things looked like, felt like, sounded like? The apprehensions, the anxieties of the people a week after, in fact, not even a week after, we were captured on the 10th, bombardment on the 8th, but the capture on the 10th, and this would have been the third day in if we go back in time. Give me a sense of what that was like, and if you don't mind, hold on, let me grab a break here. We'll go from what yesterday's news was to today's news at 9:30 with Jonah Gonçalves and the folks over at KUAM. Let's find out what's up.
Buenas and Hofade Guam, I'm Jonah Gonçalves. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, December 13th. The Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority broke the law when the agency acquired the land for the governor's proposed hospital and medical complex in Mangilao. That's a legal opinion issued Thursday from Attorney General Doug Moylan. AG Moylan says while GURA is authorized to acquire property via eminent domain, it must also do so according to a very specific process with several checks and balances. His opinion was in response to a request from Minority Leader Senator Frank Blas Jr. Senator Chris Barnett also asked for a legal opinion as to whether GURA violated Guam's open government law in its consideration of entering into a loan agreement with the governor's office at their May 28th meeting. The AG opining that GURA did violate the law, saying the agenda items in question here refer to potential business transaction. Whether the agency should into or expand a loan agreement, the AG says an agency is required to provide the public in advance of a meeting in writing the essential terms of the transaction recommended by the agency's staff, which he says was not done. You can read both legal opinions and response from the governor's office by visiting KUAM.com. A Guam-based think tank, the Pacific Center for Island Security, is highlighting gaps in Guam's defense. The feedback comes on the heels of the military's ballistic missile intercept test. KUAM speaking with the director of the PCIS as they have been closely monitoring the region's shifting geopolitical landscape. Destiny Cruz Langas has that story. You can watch it right now on her YouTube channel. And it's long overdue. The establishment of a regional Veterans Affairs office was discussed on session floor on Thursday. Senators united in support of Resolution 472, which would help to move the process forward. Nevaeh Anderson has a story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News Facebook page. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. Don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonah Gonçalves, KUAM News.
Woo! Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories, designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinard.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice. that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
9:33, Ray Gibson Show, and Don Farrell remarking about the image behind me of the San Francisco 49ers half-a-day flag and their adaptation of the Guam seal. On the rear of the book is the Guam seal, and down at the bottom of the book, I will point this out to you. These are the pictures of the original piece of land that was turned into the Guam seal. This is the outlet of the Agana River,
right?
And there was a house there, and a coconut tree that leaned out just so, and then that was immortalized into the Guam seal, black and white and colorized version of it. I'm going to see if I can bug Big Sister Shelley about that, because the colorized version, you say, came from postcards.
Yes, and your grandfather was the postmaster.
Yeah, so it's possible one of the boys did that there. I'm trying to remember, Uncle Robert, if you're listening, which one of the, I think one of the boys did that as a business, and that is watercolor, colorized pictures. That was a very common activity back in those days.
I was just very thankful to Robert for loaning it to me and letting me use it. And of course, I tried to give credit to everybody who donate something.
Well, if you want to do Don Farrell a favor, is if you've got anybody over the age of, say, 65, 70 that's still alive, start asking questions. Record everything, videotape everything, and do everything that is possible. Any black and white pictures that you've got, post-war, pre-war, during the war, anything that you've got,
and
those
are absolutely. Area Research Center is more than willing to copy them into their permanent files. Yeah,
I mean those like the language, when they're gone, and there's no way to bring them back. So do what you can to take care of things. 9:35 in the morning. So I wanted to take the conversation into this direction here with my favorite historian, Don Farrell. So
Christmas 1941.
Yeah, Christmas 1941. They had just captured the island of Guam. It was official. The Japanese were in charge. What they do? How did people react?
Well, first of all, it was a huge mistake on part of the Japanese. They sent 5,500 troops to this island that was guarded by less than 200 U.S. personnel, and the largest gun on the island was a .30 caliber Lewis machine gun.
Okay.
Right? So whoever organized that on the Japanese side screwed up. And those people all ended up moving right straight into Agana. First of all, beginning the day that the first bombings began, right, and the people were in the church, the governor got a message, sent a message to the priest, knowing what was going on in Agana, right, and said, what you're hearing is a Japanese invasion. And so he read the message, got the message, right, and turned around to the crowd and said, it's good that you go home now. Something to that effect. And so they left. And then right away, there were Chamorros that were killed that first day with the strafing and everything. And people just freaked. And by nightfall, Agana was abandoned.
Find your way to everybody
went to their ranchos.
There's a ranch.
Get out of town, right? Get out of town. Some never came back to town.
So the Japanese just garrisoned in place in Agana?
Yes, and they stayed there about a month, and then they moved on to Southeast Asia to fight somewhere else, right? And a occupation force was left, the Japanese Minsaibu. Now, they were not the really bad guys that caused so much trouble, right, right before the American invasion. They were here, supposedly, to win the hearts and minds of the people of Guam.
Open schools.
Right, the Chamorros, because the Chamorros on Saipan and Tinian and Rota had been Japanized since 1914. So they, during those first months, although they were very strict about teaching, new customs, right, the bowing and all of that kind of stuff, they really weren't, there were no real atrocities that occurred during those early years, unless they caught somebody hiding an American flag or hiding an American gun or hiding a radio.
Or hiding an American.
Or hiding an American, right? That would get you killed. And just to set an example. So during that first month, December, everybody left town, went to their ranches. Then the Minsaibu took over, and they had to register everybody. They got a little patch of cloth, right, that was pinned to their shirt. They could not lose that. It was their ID, right? So as long as they had that ID, they could walk around freely, right, as long as they showed due respect, right? They could walk around freely. But the life was pretty miserable at that time. All of the people who had been taken prisoner, right, were first of all held in smaller buildings there in Agana, and then they were all moved into the Agana Cathedral. And they had to live there. And
this is weeks now.
Huh?
My understanding is it was weeks that they were before they were put on Argentina Maru.
They didn't leave until January, right, on the Argentina Maru, headed to the prison camp in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So that month of time was a very sorrowful time. A lot of the Chamorros had, as they do today, had grown very close to the military community, particularly the wives who had been their school teachers and nurses, and it was a small community before the Japanese arrived. So they were all stunned, in shock. The stores, of course, were all routed by the Japanese, right? Thankfully, virtually all of the store owners opened their doors and said, "Come take what you need."
Yeah.
Because the Japanese are going to take it anyway. So until the Japanese actually, landed, so there were about 3 days there from the time of the first bombing until through the landing, when the stores were open in Sumai, the stores were open in Agana, and everybody grabbed what they could to take to their rancho and get out of town. Now the Minsaibu take over, right? And their job is to register all these people. So they're told they have to come in town to be registered.
Yeah.
Well, that was a frightening and miserable experience because they knew how many people had already been killed by the bombing and the strafing that was going on, and a few horrible deaths. So it was a terrible. There was in other words, there was no such thing as Christmas spirit. How could there possibly?
It raced because of the what became the occupation, and wondering whether Uncle Sam was going to come back, when they were going to come back. And did anybody here know about what was already happening in other places like Midway and like in at Pearl Harbor? Was there any indication that anybody knew what was going on the other side of the Pacific?
No.
No.
What was known, because the attack on Pearl Harbor was a complete success for the Japanese. They caught them flat-footed, just like Yamamoto planned, right? But that plan, which most people don't understand, was that bombing at Pearl Harbor was only a strike to neutralize the American Navy so that they could capture the places they really needed, like Indonesia,
the Philippines,
with oil, and the Philippines, which had other natural resources they wanted. So that was a surprise. But very shortly after the bombing of Pearl Harbor began, messages started coming in not only through military channels, but also the Pan Am Clipper. Right, Pan Am Clipper office was operating here. All of a sudden, they get a message that Pearl Harbor's been bombed. They sent a message right straight to Wake Island and said, "You got a plane on the ground supposed to be coming to Guam. Don't let it come to Guam.
Turn it around.
Turn it around." All right, and fortunately, they were able to do that. The rest of the story of the Japanese occupation of Wake Island, of course, is a very sad story, which ended up with the mass murder of so many white people, not military, but construction workers.
Contractors, weren't they?
Contractors, construction workers who got burned to death in their prison. Anyway, so back on Guam, yes, there was some foreknowledge, right? Now, how do you handle that knowledge? Who do you talk to? So Captain McMillan contacted Colonel McNulty, right, the Marine who was in charge of the Marine barracks and kind of had his own command of Sumai village, right? And he immediately passed the word to his staff, his Marines, that they were to prepare demolition charges on all essential sites, fuel tanks, the radio antenna, anything that the Japanese might be able to use.
I've been to the foundation of the radio antenna down there.
Oh yes,
yeah. One of our mutual friends, Annette Donner, took me on a tour of not necessarily that area, and it was an incredible eye opener. What it was like before the war. That area was what a jewel it was before the war, as well as all of the things that happened after the war, and the first of the military buildups on Guam, and this sheer number of people that that lived and worked and played down there, and some of the systems that were put together by the military to ensure that there was a esprit de corps and et cetera, movie theaters and outdoor movie theater at that. But then I think around the Fort Lewis area, just the incredible amount of history that's still down there. I mean, the historical nature of that part of the island of Guam, I think, might be a mystery to a number of people.
I have not had a chance to work on that directly, but I think it would be a fascinating subject.
Yeah, from the Spaniards all the way through the Japanese, all the way through the Americans to today.
So once again, I am hoping that more locals will take up the study of history. And some people say, oh, history, how boring. But you get into it, it's better than going to a movie.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then stop and consider these are people that we know.
And it's valuable work, right? So as yet, nobody has stepped forward. I mean, we do have some graduate students at the University of Guam who are publishing journal articles. I think you've probably read some of those. And new books that are being produced by the University of Guam Press. The book by Peter Onodera explaining what life was like for the Japanese residents of Guam, right? And many of them dating all the way back to the early American period. The Shimizu family, right? But so many other Onoderas and other families. So his publication is so valuable to read. And there are several more if you dig. And I've been fortunate to be able to find many of those to be able to reconstruct what actually happened on those 3 days.
Yeah.
Right? And it's fascinating. But to go back to your story, now by about the 15th of December, everybody had been moved into the Agana Cathedral. How are you going to have several hundred people go to the bathroom?
Slick trench, I think, is what the Marines would have put out.
And you've got thousands of Japanese.
Well, they still need to get rid of everybody. There were people, I think, that they were ready to designate immediately, not so much as prisoners of war, but there were people that they needed to get rid of. They needed to get rid of the Spaniards. They needed to get rid of the Americans, the businessmen that were there, especially the older ones, like my great-grandfather. Yeah. You're not a threat, but your presence here could be seen as an issue. So they took all these old white guys and sent a bunch of them to Kobe, Japan.
Not really white guys. Chamorro and Apaca, right? Spanish descendants of Chamorro ancestry, right? With their light skin. You're white. And so we had several of those people who also suffered through the camp. But what I have discovered, and I think that Dr. Underwood mentioned this to me in passing, and that is that the civilians were maintained in a separate camp from the military. They all went to the Zaitsu, or what it was, the first prison camp. They all went there together. But the civilians were separated and taken to that place in Kobe, and they lived a much better life, right? Then what happened to the military prisoners who ended up, working their tail off, all right, for the Japanese and mines and such.
Yes, or going from there, I gave you a book about a guy that was a Navy guy that was captured here on Guam.
Yeah.
And he actually survived the war as a prisoner of war, went to Kobe with everybody else.
I got his book.
You got his, I gave it to you. And then went from there, I want to say to Manchuria. They sent him to China.
Yeah.
And it was, by the hair of his chinny chin chin that he was able to survive the remaining days of the war. But I thought it was interesting because the story for him began here on Guam. Absolutely terrific stuff. You talk about when somebody dies, they say it's like watching a museum burn down. And recently we learned of the passing of Malia Ramirez, who was among the other great historians. Yeah. And I want to say just off the top of his head, a genealogical wizard. He knew my family history better than I do.
Yeah.
And just a terrific human being.
Fine man.
And so we move forward from there, and all the work that needed to get done to, I suppose, tame the population. There were always people that were looking for opportunities to mess with the Japanese.
Oh, some of the Japanese, particularly Shinohara, right, immediately sided with the Japanese, and of course got himself a good position, right, for having done that, but then paid the price at the end of the war. And I do cover the war crimes trials in here. I think I took about 4 pages on it. Again, that's a subject that is not often discussed, but it's something that is an important part of the history. So all of those stories, are briefly told in here. As you said, it's condensed. But the objective with this is to create something that is affordable for everybody on the island.
Yeah.
All right? I figure, this is about the same price as a 12-pack. 12-pack.
Wait, Guam or Saipan? There's a difference.
All of them are the same.
I never tell you the story of the first time I went to a party up in Saipan, and it was a christening party for a guy I worked with at cable TV, and I said, I'm not walking in empty-handed, so we passed by a store. I said, hey, let's get a case of Budweiser. And I remember I took out the $20 bill and I gave it to the lady, and she looked at me like, okay, you need to give me more money. I said, what's a case of Budweiser go for up here? And she told me the price, and I was already committed. And I remember, I guess there's a tax or something like that. Bob Klitsky reminding me that the enemy civilians were interned and not sent to POW camps. And a very interesting story and documentation, again, that is surfaced in the family was pictures of a Swiss passport that my great-grandfather had to have. He didn't have a passport on him. So when the war ended, they worked with the peace-loving Swiss neutral country and said, okay, we'll give you a temporary passport so you can get back to Guam.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Have always been fascinated with the stories that you're able to tell, and I know that you are holding out for everybody else to be able to tell their stories as well. So when's the next book? When before you die are you going to do the next book?
I would like to say the middle of this coming year, right? I have collected all the evidence. I've collected all the photographs. I've drafted each chapter, all right? But now comes the hard part and tedious part, and that's choosing the photographs that go with the text and in what order and what size, and then creating the photo captions and all the detail stuff.
It's got to be context. While your folks are still alive, take all of the pictures in front of them, and if there's anybody that you personally can identify in the picture, ask for a name, write it on the back, find a way to attach it to a piece of paper, put the names down there.
I put my email address right on the front page.
Yeah.
So if you've got something you want to say about the book, fire away.
You might also have some pictures of something that you can't identify or don't understand the context of. Send it in. So if it's not Don that will personally do it, then somebody will send it to somebody like me or Uncle Robert or 20 other guys that were on this vast email list of pictures during the production of this book. Can I tell you the other thing that impresses me? The book is called Guam, A Brief History by my guest Don Farrell. And one of the other things that I got to say was the most interesting was is how fast you put this together.
Oh, yes. Yes, 2 months. Now, that was rather intense work, and it was only possible because of the cooperation that I received finally, right, from GVB, but also many photographers who contacted as soon as they found out. I think they perhaps heard us on the show.
Yeah,
right,
talking about
and
this.
contacted me and said, I got this, I got that. And that was what actually brought it all together. I also have an excellent graphics artist, right, who was able to maintain pace with us, right, in the drafts. We went through at least a dozen drafts, and back and forth, email connections, all right, thanks to Smithbridge Corporation, Albert Smithbridge, loaned me a car and a room at Ladera, right, so I didn't have to pay a bunch of big bills like that, and he put up a nice big screen for my laptop, so I had a good working place, and just a lot of people who all came together.
You and I'd run into him. I was doing some business over at GVB, picking up a document or something, and Don Farrell walks in at the same time. And what my old joke is, "Are you lost, old man?" And because someday somebody's going to say that to me. And we got to talking. You said you were working on a book. I said, "Oh yeah, I'd love to be able to help out. I'll see what I can put together." And then I said, "You know what? We got to bring Uncle Robert into this, the doctor, and we'll get all of that stuff done." And now all of a sudden the book is in front of me. This we were just talking about this as out in the ether, just literally a couple of months back, and now it's in front of me. So I think that is another one of these crazed accomplishments. Listen, I got to take care of a break. Is Real Joe back there ready to push a button? 9:55 in the morning. We'll wrap up with Don Farrell right after these.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareagent.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
12 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Everybody's got a cool family story, one way or the other, about the occupation and just life in general on Guam back in the day. As often will happen is Don and I will get together and we'll talk about things in the first part of the last century and the war years and the recovery years and all of that. But there's so much more after the Second World War in this book, the Reconstruction, etc. Where do you end up here? Where do you close the book? Where do we end up with that's history and this is current events? What's on the last pages here?
I haven't faced that because I don't do current events anymore.
Right.
But
you got a picture of the airport.
Well, yes, I did want to make sure that we brought it up to speed so that people recognize that we weren't still living in 1945. So I'm, again, very thankful to the Marine Corps and Colonel Gavia for helping getting me a tour of Camp Blas and some photographs. And then the support that I got from the Air Force historian, Jeffrey Myers, I wish there was a Navy historian on island, but the Navy doesn't have a historian.
Well, you got the guys over at the Park Service, and
they've been very helpful.
I think they do an outstanding job. James Elke is a friend of mine. He was just back on Guam, and we managed to reach out to each other a couple of times, and it's the same situation with him. I'll bring up something, ask a question, and he can spout chapter and verse. He will give you the names of the admiral.
He's a very bright young man.
He knew the name of the driver for the admiral. Just all of these things. Yeah, the bright young man anymore. Yeah.
Did you ask him about the swim from Saipan to Tinian?
I might do that next time I see him. Hopefully, it'll be sometime very, very soon.
I was amazed when I got a message from. It wasn't him. It was from one of the other people on the team. And said, Don, we're going to be swimming from Saipan to Tinian. Can you come pick us up? I said, you're doing what?
How are things up in Tinian?
Nothing.
Nothing?
The construction is going on full speed, but that is not doing anything for the local economy. The local economy is dead, and people are leaving island because there's no long-term job available. Ever since the Commonwealth Ports Authority on Saipan took away our ability to have an international airport on Tinian, what business company is going to come out there and invest in a place that doesn't even have international flights?
Yeah.
So it's still quiet, peaceful island. When the sun goes down, we don't hear sirens in the night.
That in and of itself might be an attractor for people that live here that want to unplug and get out to a little bit, enjoy the wilderness. Frank the Crank Camacho's got a new knife with the gumatagas that are out there. It's absolutely terrific and a great opportunity for all of us to share in the shared history and the shared culture one way or the other. The book is fantastic. I've read bits and pieces of it, and I can't hardly wait to go all the way through this. Right up to the pictures of Gouveia, the Colonel Gouveia and the team over at Camp Bluffs. 9:59 and change. It's always great seeing you. You going to be over at Pirates Cove anytime soon?
I will be at Jeff's Pirates Cove Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3.
Gotcha. All right. Jeff, if you send me that, I'll put it up on the thing so everybody knows what's going on. The books are available for sale at Pirates Cove, and you can get an autographed copy, and you can bring any books from Don that you haven't already got an autographed copy of, and you'll take care of that.
Would enjoy that even better.
Oh, yeah, but the problem is don't have any plans for later on, because the problem is once you get into a conversation with him, just like this one, you'll realize the hour has passed. I realize the hour has passed. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. For Don and Jerry Robertson, Donna D, and Real Joe, my name is Ray Gibson saying have a great weekend. Happy birthday, Shelley.
Based involvement from coastal vessels.
White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby also says there have been no drone sightings above sensitive or restricted facilities. In some cases, he says reports of drones were in reality